Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the May 13th meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. And with that, I'd like to ask Debbie Tackett to continue the meeting.
Good morning, everyone. Before we get started today, I would like to welcome our newest board member, Randy Hollingworth. Randy was appointed by the Mayor and City Commission last month, and we're very happy to have him here. He has extensive experience with landscape architecture, urban design, and also with, he's previously served on the Tampa Historic Preservation Board. So he has extensive experience in what we do. And Randy, I don't want to speak for you if you would like to add anything, but we're very happy you're here.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited about the opportunity. I served on the Tampa board for 2 years and an amazing experience, and really excited about being involved with that type of activity again, because I found it so enjoyable to interact with developers and homeowners and trying to get things improved in the community. And I think Miami Beach is certainly a great place to start for me here. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. With that, I just one quick announcement. We will have 5 board members present today. 5 members is enough for a quorum, and we will be able to hear all of the applications. But 1 member, Ms. Camargo, is absent today. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Nick Kalergis for the notice regarding lobbyist registration and to swear in any members of the public wishing to testify today.
Thank you, Debbie, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board will be conducted in a hybrid format, with members of the board physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants and staff and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. To participate virtually in today's meeting, the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 817-4834-7488. Anyone wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon or dial *9 if you are participating by phone. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the City Clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Lastly, I'd like to swear in any members of the public or staff who will be testifying today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick. The first order of business this morning is the approval of the April 22nd meeting minutes. Do any of the members have edits or corrections that need to be made? No? Okay, do we have a motion to approve? Okay, second, anyone? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, great, thank you. We do have one request for continuance this morning, which is HPB 240641. This is 1800 Michigan Avenue. The application is for a certificate of appropriateness for the total demolition of the existing single-family home and the construction of a new single-family home. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the June 17th meeting. Staff has been working with the applicant to address some of our comments, and we have no objection to the requested continuance. I see Emily Balter here from the applicant side. Emily, I don't know if you have anything to say. Do the board members have any questions for me? Okay.
Good morning, Emily Balter, Burkhardt, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tappan opposite 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. I have nothing to add. We're seeking to come before you in June.
I'll move that we continue the application.
I think we need to open up for public comment before
alright.
we vote.
Very good.
Any members of the public wishing to speak on the request for continuance, please raise your hand if you're on Zoom or come forward. Okay, Mr. Chair, we do have one speaker, Steve Burke. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I live on Michigan Street, a few homes away, and it's my understanding that you really can't knock down any homes in this neighborhood. We are a historically designated neighborhood, and from my understanding, this home is being sought to knock down because they want to change the zoning of this entire lot and sell it to a developer. This is what I've been told, and I'm just trying to understand under what circumstance the Historic Preservation Board would allow the home to get knocked down if it's clearly not structurally unsafe.
Okay, thank you. I see no other speakers.
And Mr. Chairman, as you know, the only vote before the board is on the request for continuance.
Correct.
So I will move that we continue the application.
All those in favor?
I
Okay, so the application was continued to June 17th. Thank you. The first regular application under continued items on the agenda is HPB 240639. This is 833 6th Street. This is a possible designation of a historic site for the South Shore Community Center. Given the short board today, we do only have 5 members present, which is the same number we had at the April meeting. Staff would recommend to the board that this also be continued to the June meeting because the board was split and we didn't appear to have the required 4 affirmative votes. And you're welcome to discuss it, but staff would recommend that this item be continued until we have 6 or 7 members present, which hopefully will be the June 17th meeting.
Is this also open to public hearing?
Yes.
Okay. So should we do that next?
Sure.
Open it to-
If you don't have any questions for me, we can open the public hearing. Anyone in the audience, please come forward. Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand. I see one speaker, Johan Moore. Good morning.
Good morning, board members and staff. I want to welcome the new member and thank Debbie for her staff recommendation that, in fact, this be deferred by a month. Meridian Court community would feel much more comfortable with a fully seated board, and we think that only a fully seated board correctly and accurately can reflect community standards of preservation. And I want to repeat that we in no way object to a member's principled objection to considering designation at this time, given the members', as I say again, principled support for leaving the commission the option open of revisiting this site for heavy municipal infrastructure, but as a neighborhood association, we continue to object to that, and we would consider it to be a fairer vote if, in fact, the board would agree to postpone this, defer this by 1 month. Thank you very much.
And Johan, I apologize, I did not swear you in. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you gave in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank
you.
you. Thank you again, everyone.
Okay, our next speaker is David McKinney. Good morning, David.
Hi, David. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. I would also support the delay of the reconsideration. I have to raise a concern about the precedent of looking at a building and evaluating it on the members. They're really concerns about public policy instead of looking at the building on its merit. In that case, I would actually suggest that you defer the application until members are willing to look at the building and evaluate it according to the criteria established in the Historic Preservation Statute. It is a dangerous precedent to start bringing in things that are extraneous to the decision-making process there and really tainting not just this application, but I think the entire process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no other public speakers.
Okay, then we'll close the public hearing and open it for board member comment. Anybody has anything to add?
It can be continued as far as I'm concerned. I don't think it's going to change my vote.
One thing I did want to point out, Mr. Hollingworth will be absent at the June meeting. So in the utmost cautiousness, maybe the July 8th meeting would be more beneficial. We are still short one member. We're hoping that position will be filled at the end of this month, but that's not guaranteed either. So would the motion be to continue to the July 8th meeting, given the uncertainty that we'll have 6 or 7 members at the June meeting?
My only question is on the new members. How are we going to bring them up to date on what's going on? They haven't heard all the bantering that we've had back and forth and whatnot, and I would be left with like, oh, gee, what do I do?
Well, and staff certainly meets with each of the new board members prior to the meeting and advises them.
So if I may, maybe you're caught up, so maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but because I wasn't here in the December meeting, I was absent. And so I went back and watched that meeting so that I was familiar. So, I mean, if Mr. Hollingsworth has not done that and he wanted to, I'm sure he is free to do so.
I did watch the entire meeting, your last meeting, so it brings me up to speed as of your last meeting. I didn't see all the previous. I've been to the site as well, twice now, so I'm pretty well up to speed on where you are in the process, at least. I have questions. I don't think they're relevant right now because I'd rather ask them at the appropriate time. Thank you.
All right.
So did we have a motion?
Anybody, a motion? I'm sorry, what? Oh, did you make, no, he kind of said he would do, yeah. No, would you like to make a motion?
Sure, I will make the motion. So pursuant to staff recommendation, I would move that we continue this application until the July meeting in the hopes that we will have more than 5 people sitting up here.
Second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Haskell.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Our next application is HPB 250646. This is 1300 Lenox Avenue. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing single-family home, including the construction of an attached and detached additions and variances from the required setbacks, open space lot coverage, and retaining wall regulations. Specifically, the applicant is requesting some design modifications and modifications to 2 of the previously issued variances. For a little bit of background information, this is a 1-story single-family home located within the Flamingo Park Historic District. It is a contributing structure. Was built in 1936 in the Mediterranean Revival Art Deco transitional style of architecture. In March of 2022, the board approved the original application, which did include demolition, partial demolition, renovation, restoration, and the elevation of the single-family home. The board also did approve an attached and detached additions, as well as variances from the setbacks, open space, lot coverage, and retaining wall regulations. So the existing project that will be presented today is substantially consistent with the previously approved project. They are proposing to restore the existing home. And what they're actually reducing the scope of work for the existing home. Previously, the plan was to elevate the home from the interior. So instead of lifting the home, the previously approved plan was to adapt the home within the existing walls by elevating the floor within the walls and adjusting the window openings to be consistent with the proportions and locations of the original windows. The property has been sold. The current owner did reach out to staff. They prefer not to raise it and keep it at its existing finished floor elevation. And, you know, this is a tricky thing, right? Because we were all very excited about the innovative, creative way to elevate the home when it was previously approved. That does result in more demolition of the original material of the home. This is much less intervention in terms of structural modifications that will have to be made to the home. So from a purely historic preservation point of view, again, this is a lower intervention project which retains more of its original fabric. From a resiliency point of view, I think working with the building department, certain dry flood proofing techniques will have to be used because the home is not compliant with the current finished floor elevations. But staff does not have any objection to this reduced scope of work for the existing 1-story home. We do have some concerns, which we noted in our staff recommendation with regard to some of the new window openings, particularly on the eastern portion of the home. These window openings will be visible from both 13th Street and Lenox Avenue, and we are asking the board to consider not approving them extending all the way down to the ground level, but to retain the proportions of the existing windows. Regarding the rear accessory structure, so again, in 2022, the board approved a similar new detached 2-story building at the rear of the home. The currently proposed design does maintain substantially the same footprint of the previous approval. It is slightly larger, which is actually resulting in the 2 variances that are being requested to be modified. So the 2 variances that are requesting modifications are the overall lot coverage, and this is a result of a very slight increase in building footprint size. It's 28 square feet is the increase in building footprint, which would result in a lot coverage of 36.1%. The previously approved variance was for 35.7%. And staff would note, and actually we are going to be discussing this at the end of the meeting, when you have a architecturally significant home or a historically designated home that is located outside of a historic district, there are certain incentives, zoning-wise, available to these homes. And there is currently a proposal, which we're going to talk about later, to extend these incentives to contributing buildings within historic districts as well. The incentives would allow for up to a 40% lot coverage. So if this property was able to take advantage of the incentives, they would not need the variance. And variance number 2 is for the rear yard landscape open space area. Again, this is a very small increase in the variance requested. They're increasing 72 square feet. And again, staff has no objection with this minor modification. And we are recommending approval subject to the conditions within our staff report.
Thank you, Debbie.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions about the staff report for Debbie? Randy?
I didn't understand the second variance request. You're increasing the land, that
So-
doesn't make sense to me that you would increase the landscaping, or you?
No,
increase the
they're
impervious?
actually, they're increasing the variance request. So in the required rear yard, there's a minimum of 70% landscape area. The previous variance was to provide 45.5%. Now they're asking to provide only 39.1%.
Thank
So they're reducing the landscape area in the required rear yard.
Thank you. Any other questions for Debbie? Okay, seeing none, welcome.
Hi, this is John Udvardi. I'm the architect of the project. So the major modification that we are trying to do here, it's the modification of the accessory building. So in the design of it, besides of the 2 variances that Debbie spoke, so we are trying to make it more contemporary and more appealing rather than being a brutalism box. So that's another consideration that it needs to be taken in place.
Is that the extent of your presentation? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So are there any questions for the applicant?
My only question would be is why did you pick this particular design for the auxiliary building? It's going to stand out like a sore thumb in that neighborhood, in my opinion.
Yes, because originally it was like a box. It was like a brutalism. It was too concrete. So we want to bring something more warmed with some, design, contemporary design. So that's the purpose of just to bring more appealing to the accessory itself.
Okay.
Okay, Randy?
Further to that question, so this design that we're seeing here virtually was approved already for the accessory building? The wood facade? And
No.
the teak?
No.
So,
It was the previous design was very contemporary, but it is not what you're seeing today. It had a flat roof.
Oh, so this is a
different
brand new
materiality.
design of the accessory building?
Yes,
So we've not reviewed it at all?
correct.
Okay. Thank you.
do you have a question? A question for the applicant?
Not right now, thank you.
Okay. No questions. Lindsay, do you have any questions for the applicant? Okay, well, we'll have another option, we'll have another opportunity at the end to have board discussion. Yes,
I'm sorry.
yes.
What is the applicant's response to changing the windows to a higher bottom sill
Please.
to match the existing?
That's a question to you.
You mean on the east facade?
I'm sorry?
On the east facade?
I think it was the east facade facing Lennox. The windows go right to the floor, I think, in your design?
Yes.
And changes the sort of changes the character completely, and as opposed to the existing windows, which look like they're at a normal cell height.
Well, this is just connectivity with the exterior, so we're trying to keep the location of it. We are just trying to make it larger because we need to access the yard, so it's just function in this case.
So you wouldn't be willing to go back to what the staff are recommending?
No, I mean, for the design that we are proposing, no.
Okay, thank you.
Lindsay, do you have any questions for the applicant? No. Okay. Seeing no further questions, we will now have board disclosures. Are there any disclosures? Discussions with the applicant? No. Okay. Seeing no board disclosures, we'll open it to the public hearing. We'll start with people in the audience. If you would have a seat for a moment, and then we'll call you back up to respond to the public comment.
Okay.
Thank you. Please.
Hi, I'm Roger Goblad, Miami Design Preservation League. Probably not as a surprise. We appreciate the fact that they're continuing the original building as they are. It's a historic Flamingo Park neighborhood. While we commend the property owner's commitment to preserving the original structure rather than demolishing it, we express concern, as Ray has said. It's Scandinavian design in a historic neighborhood in Miami just doesn't seem to make any sense at all. It stands out like a sore thumb. It's on the street. It isn't hidden from street view at all. Once, you know, there are some modern homes in Flamingo Park now, like one last month, and they at least retain some of the character. This has zero character. It doesn't seem to go along with the building, the original building. I mean, 1936 house, it's a beautiful home. So we agree with some of the comments we've heard so far that it just doesn't fit in. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Tucker Gibbs. I have law offices at 3835 Utopia Court in Coconut Grove. And I'm here today representing Bruce Carter, who owns and lives at 1310 Lenox, and it's immediately to the north of the applicant's property. I've got two concerns today with the posture of this application. This application cannot be considered as a modification of the Historic Preservation Board order approved on March 8th, 2022 for a myriad of reasons. I'm going to go down the reasons. Because the applicant failed to obtain a full building permit within the required 18 months from that date. 2, because the applicant requested an extension that is erroneously based on a June 24th, 2021 governor's emergency order dealing with the Champlain Towers collapse. That did not authorize an extension of time for 3, because the governor did not include in his order Florida Statute 252-363, which authorizes extensions of time for permits and authorizations like the 2022 Historic Preservation Board order. Number 4, because 252.363 specifically applies to a natural emergency, and the 2021 emergency order that the applicant relied on by the governor addressed the Champlain collapse, and because Florida Statute 252-34, paragraph 8, defines a natural emergency as caused by a natural event, including but not limited to hurricane, storm, flood, severe wave action, drought, and earthquake. And 6, because the collapse is not a natural emergency, the applicant cannot take advantage of section 252.363 to extend the 2022 HPB order. Furthermore, the HPB order is null and void pursuant to Code Section 2.13.2.d.1, because the applicant failed to obtain a full or any other kind of building permit within 18 months after the HPB order was approved. I checked with the building department. The only building permit for this property after 2022 was issued on August 2nd, 2024. It's BR 2409597, erroneously based on the governor's executive order. My client has some documents that deal with where I got my information.
How much more time do you need?
3 more minutes, I think. That's it. Because
I'll give you 2. But
Well, I've got a due process issue here because I've got to make a presentation.
okay,
full
try
presentation.
start with 2. Try
Exactly.
to just because I have to give everybody 5 minutes.
I understand. So on behalf of Mr. Carter, I respectfully request that the board determine that the 2022 order is null and void and continue the remainder of the matter until a future meeting. Okay. Therefore, the second concern centers upon the practical difficulty variance. According to the zoning code, if the practical difficulty variance is not permitted as listed on section 2.8.3b, the applicant must meet the eight criteria for a hardship variance. But section 2.8.3b has no list of criteria for a practical difficulty variance. It's blank except for the word reserved. There's no definition of practical difficulty in the city code or the related special acts, nor is there any definition in Florida statutes or Florida case law. This provides no guidance to the HPB when it decides whether to approve a practical difficulties variance. There's no basis for any such decision without standards or criteria, unless between the time I looked at the zoning code, that provision has been changed. Number 3, okay, and so this leaves you with the criteria required for the hardship variance. None of the proposed variances meet the following criteria. I'm only going to talk about 2. They have to meet every single criteria for a hardship variance. The applicant doesn't meet the hardship requirement in criteria 4, where it failed to show that each of the setback, lot size, and required side yard setbacks are commonly enjoyed by the other properties in the same zoning district, and where it's virtually impossible to use the land for the purpose or the manner in which it is zoned.
Okay, one more minute. Yeah, you get your 3 minutes, sorry.
I've got to go through these.
Okay.
It's for my client. Okay. None of the variances are the minimum variances that would allow the reasonable use of the land, building, or structure as required in criteria 5, where Florida case law holds that as long as the applicant can develop or build or use the land, building, and structure in compliance with the zoning code, the applicant has no need for a variance. Any claim that, okay. The variances are based on not necessity, but on the applicant's choice to build a particular design. The code and case law are clear. If you can build a code-compliant project, even a smaller one, you're not entitled to a variance. Here, the applicant can build a code-compliant project on its property without the need of a variance. Therefore, the variance request should be denied. Finally, the applicant's proposal and presentation fail to present any competent substantial evidence that it meets the code requirements for a certificate of appropriateness. It doesn't meet standard 9 of the Secretary of Interior standards, where the overall design of the site is not compatible. I'm just about done, if I could.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see, where the overall design of the site is not compatible with the massing and scale of its neighbor. The applicant and staff report have not shown consistency regarding aesthetics, appearance, physical attributes of the project in relation to the site, adjacent structures and properties, and the surrounding community as required in criterion 4. The proposed layout and design of the site, given the variance request, overbuilds the lot and pays little, if any, attention to its neighbors, contrary to criteria 5. For all these reasons, I urge you to deny the application and direct the applicant to come back with a project that better fits in with the within this unique single-family historic neighborhood. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any more public disclosure? Public hearing.
My name is Daniel Hildebrand. I live at 1320 Lennox Avenue, one house apart from this new project. I'm a developer myself and I love new modern buildings, but not in the last remaining pocket of protected historic Art Deco buildings. I bought my 1935 Art Deco house over 10 years ago and spent a lot of time, effort and money to restore it back to its original looks. The Art Deco buildings is what makes South Beach so popular around the world. This new building is an addition to the existing house. It's on a 7-foot rise, has 2 stories and an A-shaped roof, totaling about 40 to even maybe 50 feet in height. This is about a 4-story building. A huge concrete wall at the full length of the property. The first thing you are going to see when you enter 13th Street and Lennox Circle is a 4-story shoebox. And it's a Scandinavian modern design. It has wooden siding, like a barn. I've never seen a wooden Art Deco building. All of South Beach doesn't have a wooden building. Apparently all sorts of setbacks need to be waived, and the existing building gets a new look and new garages built almost to the sidewalk. Very dangerous if a car is there and there is no driveway. If you approve this project in these forms, you're setting a precedent. This is a developer who wants to maximize his profit by squeezing as much square feet out of that lot without any consideration for the neighborhood. If you let this happen, the historic protection means nothing and everybody's going to build something similar. I may even do it myself. I cash out and move somewhere else since I don't want to live between 4-story concrete walls. Please do not approve this project in this form and ruin our last remaining historic South Beach neighborhood. It's also my understanding that the permit has been expired and has not been renewed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Bruce Carter, and I do live next door, and I'm the person who's probably most affected by this project. I believe brevity is the way to get a point across, so I'll be very short and to the point. I think the points have been made. I think it's extremely clear that this building is completely out of whack for this neighborhood. To give you an idea, we're now looking at a 45, looking in my property, in my pool, I will see a 45-foot concrete wall that is 5 feet away from me. And normally, just so you know, I'm pretty open to resiliency, to building. But I ask you, what kind of plant can I plant between my house and a 40-foot wall that I could landscape this away? There is no escaping something of this scale. To my neighbor's point, it's so big it will actually cast a shadow not across my entire property and onto his property. And he's an entire house away. This is something that affects the entire neighborhood. It is completely out of scale, and I'm belaboring a point at this point, but I think it's pretty obvious to everyone that this is completely out of scale. And I ask humbly, as people who know so much more about historic preservation, that you consider this. Again, I sold my house on the water in Sunset Island to move to a historic neighborhood that I believed in, and because I wanted to make a difference in a historic way. And that's no small thing, right? I decided to leave a very beautiful home and invest my time and energy in a place that I knew would be historic and bucolic. I will leave with these words. They're not mine. On the applicant's application, the first thing they say in historic is, the welcoming the Flamingo Heart neighborhood is bucolic and dynamic. This is the applicant's words, because all structures are set so far away from the street. Not my words, it's theirs. Now we have a 4-story structure 5 feet away from the street on Lennox Avenue. I humbly ask for your consideration in not allowing this addition to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Hi, my name's John Rosenblatt. I'm the owner of this property. I've been doing historic renovations since 1986. Since the Historic Rehabilitation Act that was passed at that point. At that point, I was in Providence, Rhode Island. I am a little taken aback because there is no concrete wall. They appear to be thinking about the previous structure that was approved by this board. It's a small bungalow. I don't know where they got the idea of 4 stories. It's a 2-story building. They're not talking about the structure that I'm planning to build. It is completely fitting with the notion this is not an Art Deco district. I don't know where he got that idea. This is a Mediterranean style housing area, almost predominantly. The structure that we have, that we are just renovating, we're not really doing anything to the main building. That's a Mediterranean style building, not Art Deco. The only thing we're adding is a small 2-car garage, which is exactly the same style and structure as the garage on the building across the street. Furthermore, this structure in the back will be completely shrouded by hedges. If you go there, you'll not be able to see that structure. It will be covered by hedges. So I don't understand what these people are talking about. There is no shadow being cast. This board has already approved a brutalist style building, a concrete building. Maybe that's what they're talking about. I am going to the effort to redo the original approved structure because I didn't think that it fit the neighborhood. This structure is similar to other bungalow buildings in Miami Beach, which makes complete sense as far as I'm concerned. As far as extensions, we were approved by Historic Preservation. All the legal issues were resolved. We did get an extension as per the governor's order. And everything we've done with the approval of, almost everything, approval of the Historic Preservation people here. I mean, the last thing I want to do is to create a problem, an eyesore in the neighborhood. I'm not doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, if we're finished with public comment, are you?
The architect of the barn.
Okay, wait, one sec, because we're just finishing, we'll finish public comment. If there's no one else speaking, anybody online, Debbie? Okay, so if there's no public comment, we'll close public comment, and then your team can respond.
Thank you. My name is Ricardo de la Vega. I'm the architect for the cottage. I just want to confirm what John just said. I'm a little bit confused as to why they think that we're building a 4-story concrete wall. The footprint and height of the cottage is exactly the same as what was originally approved. The difference is that the original approval was a flat roof box. It did very much look like a concrete bunker. It did very much look like it had 3-4 story in height. The reason that I did a pitch roof is obviously to reduce the bulk and scale of the previous design, which I think is also more in keeping with a typical pitch roof of the neighborhood. It is contemporary in nature, quite consciously so, because it needs to be a contrast, in my opinion, to the existing house. So yes, it is a modern house. There's no question about that. In terms of the materiality, yes, it's also contemporary, but again, you can't mimic the existing or the past. So that I took a very clear view on that. But I just want to confirm that it is exactly the same footprint and height of the original 2-story building, but it's a pitched roof as opposed to flat. Therefore, it looks much lower in scale, in bulk and massing as well. But it is not a 40-foot high concrete wall, and it is not 4 stories high. It's a 2-story building. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further rebuttal from the applicant? All right.
Sorry, just one more little.
Please come to the microphone if you're going to continue.
One minor thing. It is within the code. It's not too close to the street, etc. It is wholly within the code. Again, what was approved, but it is to the code. All the setbacks and heights are to the code. So this notion that we're building something, totally out of context and too close to the street. The garage is identical to the one across the road. It works in terms of the turning circles and blind spots, etc. So I just want to make it clear that it is within the existing codes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, I think we will close the applicant rebuttal and open it to board member comment. So would anybody like to, and this would not be comments to the applicant, but just kind of among us, or if you have questions, further questions for Debbie or whatever,
Okay.
then this is the time.
In my opinion, when I looked at this, the additional structure looked like it should be on a lake, and a cottage type thing. It's a wood structure. You're going to feed the termites. I mean, it doesn't fit this neighborhood at all, in my opinion. And no one's going to be able to change my opinion on that. I just don't think it works. And the additional variances, like you just keep nickel and diming the variances in a neighborhood, and it's not fair to the other owners in a neighborhood. This is a historic district. It needs to be maintained as a historic district, and something like this, in my opinion, will just stand out and is something I personally could not vote for.
Anybody, Haskell?
Debbie, I have a question. As far as I know, by definition, a single-family home has one kitchen. Is that correct? That's how you define a single family?
Correct. One full cooking kitchen. There are provisions with a restricted covenant to have 2 kitchens. So we do permit in certain instances 2 kitchens with a requirement for a restricted covenant advising that they will not rent it out separately as a separate unit, that it would be one home. And that, is a relatively common situation, that people want 2 kitchens and they submit the restricted covenant that's recorded.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, it's not just that that no portion of the property will be rented separately, it's also that the entire property will remain as one residential unit.
But there's really no enforcement of that in terms of rentals, future rentals, or anything like that. In other words, how are we to know that the future owner, is not going to rent that secondary structure out?
Debbie, do you happen to know if in this district would an accessory dwelling unit be permitted?
No.
Okay. Well, regardless, I don't think this application has been designed in a manner that would allow for a portion of it to be rented separately.
The reason I ask is the plan shows a kitchen on the first floor, and in the new structure. So that's why I bring it up.
And the purpose of the covenant would be to ensure that no portion of the property is used as a separate residential unit. We would have authority to enforce that covenant if a violation arose in the future.
Well, you're asking us to vote on a certificate of appropriateness based on the following. So, paragraph number 2 states that the general design scale, massing, and arrangement, I don't think is satisfied personally. The relationship with subscribers, ABC above, other structures and features of the district, I don't believe it does. Texture and material of the addition does not. Therefore, I cannot support this project. Okay.
Yes, Randy, did you want to go next? Are you finished? Okay, sorry, Lindsay. You want to go? Go ahead.
I was going to be quiet, not say much. I have 2 concerns. The perspective view of the existing home with the new window pattern, it appears it has completely changed the character defining element design of this house. I don't even see the house anymore. I see a roof and that's all. it looks like a brand-new house with a existing roof. I wasn't here for the previous approval of the Brutalist design, which I believe is in our packet at the end, the shaded, which to me is also a little out of context with that property. I drove around last night 3 times around the block to take a look at the neighboring houses, what the character was. I have to agree, this doesn't, the addition being proposed has absolutely no relevance to that neighborhood whatsoever. I don't call it Scandinavian, I guess a gut reaction is it appears Scandinavian, and I don't know whether President in Miami Beach is for this style of architecture. I don't think there is one. I have never seen one like this. Not that new architectural design cannot be incorporated, and I really like modern architecture, but this seems to be just totally contrary to the neighborhood, the scale. A lot of the homes in the neighborhood have 2-story portions, but they're part of a 1-story. They step up. This is a 2-story house that looks like it's been subdivided on a property, that you're building the second house. I mean, that's basically what it looks like. I wouldn't support it either.
No, please, just wait.
You don't have the
We-
final renders, I don't believe.
We have what we have in the packet, what you submitted. So Lindsay, would you like to?
So, I did some looking into this. We weren't aware of the challenge coming before us, and not that necessarily makes a difference to most people sitting up here, but I wanted to look into that. So, if, with the chair's permission, I will allow them to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe both the applicant and the person who, the entity is challenging it, acquired their respective properties in 2024. So this is recent, after the original approval. Because I was trying to get a feeling for, was this someone who was here and owned this neighboring challenging property at the time that it was the original structure was approved, et cetera. So I just want to point that out. And then I also took issue with the statement that everything was to code, because if in my mind, if it's to code, they wouldn't be here seeking a variance to the code, right? The code dictates the lot coverage and the landscaping required, and if they were within that, they wouldn't need a variance here. I do think that the structure that you're proposing is beautiful. I also tend to agree that it doesn't fit within this neighborhood with my fellow board members. So those are my thoughts on the application.
Just wait, please, to respond until we've had a chance for the board, and then of course, if there's information that hasn't been presented, like with is that even a possibility, or?
I think the presentation's been made. We opened the public hearing. The applicant had an opportunity to present rebuttal. If this is the opportunity for the board to deliberate, ask any further questions, and take a vote.
Yes.
One of the things we haven't discussed is the fact that, did this require a new application? I mean,
Well, I thought somebody was going to ask Debbie about that component. Were you finished with?
I wasn't, and what I was
Okay,
going to say is that, I'm not going to sit here and opine, again, because we didn't know about this challenge until it showed up today, right? And I don't know the circumstances under which that, I know we have emails from Mr. Gibbs here from, looks like yesterday or the last couple of days, so, relatively recent. So I don't have the benefit of having, I know Mr. Gibbs, from his perspective of making his presentation, listed off a bunch of code provisions and reasonings why, and he made his argument. I haven't had a chance to look into that myself. I did ask offline to make sure I understood that there is no building permit existing for the accessory structure. So as of right now, and that's what I was trying to figure out, where everyone purchased into this, what existed at that time. For my purposes, I don't know that the challenge makes a difference or not, other than I would wonder if the challenger and the applicant could get together and come up with something that would be amenable to both parties, that perhaps they might be able to resolve it and present something, and resolve some of the concerns that the board has addressed today, whether they might be able to come back before us, whether that is a continuation, or whether that is a with a seeking modifications to a currently approved order based upon whatever the status is, or whether that is making a new full application to the board. I don't know. But those are my thoughts on that issue. And if we want to direct other questions to staff,
Yeah, I wanted to really kind of get a clarification on the what was kind of implied, what Mr. Gibbs implied about the just not being able to be considered as an extension, obviously the practical difficulty variance, the definition, the guidance in terms of practical difficulty. Can you give us some help thinking about that?
Sure. The issue of tolling and extensions of development orders is governed by state statute, and it's handled at the administrative level. So, pursuant to a declaration, a statewide declaration of emergency, or a state declaration of emergency for specific counties, development orders, including orders of this board, are automatically tolled and extended for a specific period of time defined in the statute. That's handled at the staff level. There's really no role for the board to play in that matter. As to the variance, that is squarely within your authority. It's up to the board to determine whether the applicant has demonstrated that they meet either the practical difficulties or the undue hardship standard. You are required to make that decision based on the evidence before you, and that includes submissions by the applicant. It includes testimony. It includes the testimony and written analysis of your professional staff. But that's up to the board. And if you do find that there are practical difficulties or an undue hardship that supports the granting of a variance, then you can only approve it on an affirmative vote of 5 members of the board.
Correct. Well, I was kind of thinking about this going in the way that Lindsay was talking about, because clearly there are challenges between the neighbors. I agree that the historic buildings windows should not be changed so that there's greater transparency out to the pool. I don't think that's up to the east side. I also think that the way the structure is, the addition is laid out, and kind of its height and its kind of connection to the house, but also its connection to its neighbors needs to be reworked. And I will reserve judgment to this board, but I know we're a short board, and we would need every person on the board to be in support of this in order for it to pass with the variances, and it doesn't sound to me like we have that. So our options would be to see if we have, maybe take a straw poll to see if we can have propose a continuance of this for the parties to come back to us to kind of converse with each other and to see if they can possibly come to an agreement about what this structure should be. Is that something that we could do? And can we do a straw poll? Anybody in favor of a continuance? And we'd make it, I think, to a time certain. Yeah, exactly. Like, a few months, so that we can, maybe the July meeting or something, so there's time for there to be a conversation, for there to be an agreement, and then for the architect to make whatever changes that need to be. happen. Would anybody agree to that?
So I would support a continuance. I mean, as I said, you know, there are some issues here, obviously, with the neighboring properties. And given, you know, the inclination of this board, it seems to not support the modifications to the application as requested. That would, you know, maybe, may I, through the chair, if I could ask the applicant how many months would be workable? I mean, is 2 months enough, or do they need 3, which would really be 4, because we don't have an August meeting?
We don't have an August meeting, yeah.
So I would be in support of a straw poll, you know, and then
Let's just take a straw poll to see if the board wants to go in this direction, and then we'll get back to you guys.
If you want to continue it, I just want everybody to be very clear. The auxiliary building would have to be majorly changed to ever get a yes vote out of me.
Okay. Yes, yeah. This is a straw poll on continuous. Okay, yes, okay. All right, we have, so please, if you have any comments about the time you need or.
Okay, no. My question is regarding the main house, because I know that the issue or the big issue here is the accessory building, but also on the main house, we are asking to not to raise the house as originally was approved. So I don't know if we can divide those two projects to be able to continue with the construction, with the remodeling, because we are at this moment like stopped. So we are not doing anything for a few months, but then I need to know like what's the decision on the house.
You had a question.
So one is a procedural question, which is whether or not we could bifurcate in that way. That would be the first question. You don't have to answer yet. And then the second question would be, again, going back to some of the feedback, I believe, related to the windows on the existing structure. And earlier you said that that would not be a change that you'd be willing to make. And so, I mean, that's a sticking point as well.
So I think if we're continuing this, we will see what happens. You know what we're feeling now in terms of those windows. I think there's.
Yeah, I can go back with the original approval on the windows. The only thing that we are not planning to go back is with raising the house because of the structure, because of the increment of escape work. So that's the only thing. The other ones, for now, we can go back and then we can take that later.
And about the bifurcating the project.
Yeah, so I think the board does have some options here. We could approve the changes subject to the staff recommendations for the historic home and bring back the design of the new addition. You could deny the design of the new addition and revert back to the previously approved addition, which is in your package, and just move forward with the historic home, the previous design that was approved, the previous variances that were approved, not the modifications to the variances. So that would be, I think, another option. Or you could continue the entire application to bring back. But I do want to point out this structure has been vacant for quite some time. We're seeing in this portion of Flamingo Park somewhat of a trend of vacant buildings that are causing the neighborhood concern. So staff would support certainly moving forward with renovation of the existing home as fast as possible.
Go ahead.
Do we need to take a straw poll on that, or
I just wanted to clarify it a little bit, just to see if we could put a finer point on that, which is, could we approve the existing home with the windows being as they are now rather than as they're proposed to be, and deny the additional structure, and then that
it would
come
be
back to us?
basically a denial of the modified
The modified.
design and the additional variances requested.
So if we denied the proposed design, they would still, but we would not be approving would the approval for the prior concrete design still remain?
Yeah, that's already approved.
Yes. I'm subject to arguments.
Subject to, yeah. So I'm inclined to do whatever I can to help you to work on the existing house. I just think the addition, the proposed addition, needs to be relooked at with your neighbors in mind, and there needs to be more conversation there. So I would, if our two choices are to deny the current proposal, and therefore they have the existing approved proposal remaining. And that can't be, and that's already been approved, and they can go for permits on that. The only way we could encourage the further conversation with the neighbors would be to do what?
Would be a continuance.
A continuance which would allow you guys to have, to move forward with this, but obviously with the conversation with your neighbors.
Okay.
Can I say something? Am I allowed to say something?
Yeah, just one sec. You had a question. She just asked first, and then I'll.
Sorry, so I think I misunderstood, because I thought you said that we could approve the modifications as to the existing house.
Yeah.
But then that would be a denial of everything else, and they could then come back with a later modification application to address the rear accessory structure. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
The chair asked what would be the mechanism to encourage further conversation, and that would be either a continuance of the whole thing or approval of the modifications to the main home and a continuance of the rest.
Can we continue a portion of an application?
Yeah, that's
That's what I'm asking.
that was the question.
Sorry, I thought you were
Yeah.
suggesting
No.
continuing the whole thing. Okay.
No, I didn't really want to continue the whole thing because I want these guys to start working on this.
Yes.
All right, and I'm sorry, you had something you want to say.
No, I think we'll just go ahead with the original approved building. So I don't think we need to discuss this any further. We're just going to file a permit for the approved structure.
Yes, Ray?
The only thing is that original proposal still valid because they didn't apply for a permit within a certain period of time? That's what was brought up to us, that we're basically back to square one. I just want to make sure that we're doing whatever is appropriate.
So I think that's not within our purview. City attorney can weigh in on this. I think that's not within our purview, and that would be something that the challenger would need to take up at administrative level.
I believe the permit is active.
Okay, if that's the case, he's withdrawing his permit today and going back.
I'm sorry,
to what
the
original
previous
was.
order of this board is active.
Okay, so he's saying, let's go back to the original order, then they're just withdrawing this, we're really done, right?
I think what they are asking for would be the modifications to the contributing home that they're requesting, including not elevating the home, retaining the home. So that's part of this application
Okay.
as well. So
All right.
that component could be approved. And then the remaining items, the redesign of the accessory building and the enhanced variances could be denied by this board.
Mr.
Or
Chairman.
continued, but it could be denied,
Mr.
or the
Chair-
applicant could withdraw that component of the application.
Mr. Chairman, one suggestion came from my client.
Yes.
Why not just continue the item, period? Don't approve this, don't approve that, because once you do that, if you start approving things and then eventually, if I have to go in and file a petition for writ of certiorari or even a declaratory action on stuff, you guys are, these people are left hanging. So if you just do a continuance and then we can talk, we can figure something out or not, but
All
at
right.
least it's easier.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right. Did you have anything to say about that idea? Or,
I'm not opposed to that. I think I would ask the applicant if they would like us to do that. They had just asked for us to move it forward, so I'm happy to,
and they also recommended that they would withdraw the application entirely, right? I thought I heard that. So what would anybody, yes, any thoughts?
I do have a question.
Yes.
If the windows are changed and not according to what we're seeing here, does that have to come, do they have to come back to the board for that, or is that a staff approval? I don't know, because I don't know your process.
So that's part of staff's recommendation in the order. That is something, because it would be consistent with the historic design, that staff has the authority to review and approve administratively.
No. Ray? Your mic's on.
I can make a motion.
Wait, no, before you do, just, do you have a thought you wanted to share?
Just, I mean, what they were saying is they're willing to go to the original plan for the auxiliary building. Then there's no variances beyond what was already requested, and they will, with the existing structure, not raise it, and we go back to the regular windows. I think we could make a motion to do that because they're happy with that.
So is that correct? Are you guys okay with what,
Could you repeat that?
Ray, repeat it, please?
That you would like to take the original building and keep it the way it is with your renovations that have been approved, just not raise it, and that you'll accept the fact that we don't want floor to ceiling windows on the one side, and you go back to that, and then you'll build what was originally approved as the auxiliary building.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
One sec, Lindsay. You can come up.
And so what the reason I was suggesting we speak to the applicant, and it may be that the challenger is going to address this, what it sounded like to me is that Mr. Gibbs has said that if we approve the existing structure with staff, with the changes recommended by staff, but deny all the variances and therefore effectively deny the rear building, and then they revert to the old building, that Mr. Gibbs is suggesting he will seek certiorari on our decision, and that that will then delay them further. And so that's why I was suggesting we ask the applicant which route they would like us to go. And maybe the challenger who is now standing at the podium might have more to say about that. But to me, I see there are two ways we can go with this. And I think it sounds to me the board would be amenable to either one. I want to know where the applicant would like us to go.
Bruce, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I have a PhD from Northwestern. I'm still not as smart as everyone here. Debbie, to your point, I have to sleep with 2 guns by my bed. There have been 300 visits by the police officers to the neighborhood. The applicant, just so you know, knew of this. I've been living next door to this applicant's disaster that is next to me, and it has been a holy nightmare for me. So you have to understand there is some level of anger because I've lived it. That said, I'm willing to live another year like this because I've already started, right? So for your point of they have to live through this, I know I live it every day. But that said, I'm willing to fight to make sure that something good, these are jewels in this neighborhood. Every house is a jewel. And letting this application go, and just my sort of general point is piecemealing this just makes it complicated. I mean, Lindsay, I love that you spoke about like bifurcating and wanting to move this forward, but did you see how the level of complexity sort of, well, what does he want to do? Would he do this? Maybe he wouldn't. Where are the windows? Are the windows here? Is he raising the floors now? The level just keeps expounding to a point, it's just a mess. And I would ask that we just continue this and come back in a way that's organized and settled, and we can see exactly what's going to happen and when it's going to happen.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead, Ray.
If in fact they don't raise this, isn't it subject to flooding? Why would you turn around and do all this work on your home and not raise it and be in a flood zone district that's obviously been flooding, and that's the reason a lot of the homes are vacant? So it doesn't make sense to me that they don't raise the home, that we don't go back to the original plan and forget this altogether, in my opinion.
Thank you, Ray. Debbie, did you have any guidance that you wish to help us with? I'm inclined to suggest that we continue the whole. It's very complicated when we start to kind of break it apart and think about it in different pieces. And I think this might provide opportunities for better things to come out of the new project proposal, whatever changes, minor changes or major changes are made. So I think we can probably call the vote and have a motion to continue this project. Debbie, do you want to?
No, just a quick note. I would recommend, if the board is inclined to continue the application, that we set the date for July 8th. There is no August meeting. The September meeting would be beyond the 120-day continuance period. So I think the July 8th meeting at this point, if they need more time after that, we can revisit that at that point, but I would recommend July 8th.
Perfect. Okay. So with that, do I have a motion? No? Motion?
I'll make a motion to continue to the July 8th meeting.
Second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
I think you can do a roll call. How
Okay,
many
let's-
votes do we need?
We need 4 to continue.
Yep.
Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Mr. Breslin,
No.
Ms. Lovell,
Yes.
Mr. Hollingworth, Mr. Stewart.
Yes.
Okay.
What's going to be the procedure in this case? So for the July meeting, so do I need to?
Staff will follow up with you, and we should probably set a meeting. I think it's also a good idea to take the board's advice and maybe reach out to your neighbors, start that conversation at this point. But we will reach out to you and give you some dates, and we can meet, set up a meeting to discuss changes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this yours?
No.
So,
Okay, ready for the next application? We are moving on to HPB 250649. This is 100 21st Street. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the hotel building, the total demolition of the accessory cabana structure, the construction of a ground level and rooftop additions, one or more waivers, and a variance to relocate signage to a non-street facing facade. This modification is specifically requesting an additional scope for demolition. Staff has provided a background to the board in our analysis. This is a contributing building. It is originally constructed as the Seagull Hotel. It is now proposed to be a new Bulgari Hotel. The board approved a significant project in 2021. Since that time, we have been working diligently with the team on the building permit process. So we've been working with the applicant. I know planning has reviewed and approved a full building permit for the project that the Historic Preservation Board approved. We're very excited to see work continue and ultimately the completion of the project. During some recent activity within the interior of the structure, the applicant has advised us that their structural engineers have reevaluated their initial restructuring of the building, primarily due to the fact that it was discovered this building was built on a spread foundation. It does not have any pilings. After testing and studies, they did conclude that all of the floor plates will need to be demolished. Additional demolition of 2 of the facades is also requested, but staff would note that the primary facade that contains all of the significant architectural features will still be retained and shored. They have provided a preliminary shoring and bracing plan that staff is comfortable with. So at this point, we are supportive of the application and are recommending approval. I am available for any questions.
Are there any questions for Debbie on this at this point? No? All right.
Good morning.
Welcome. Good morning.
For the record, my name is Carter McDowell with Bilton Sundberg, 1450 Brickell Avenue. I have my associate, Nick Noto, with me. We have our structural engineer, Yosef. Can you And we also have our architect here if there are questions for the architects about this. I need to, because there's so many new members of the board, I want to take a minute to just say, this is indeed proposed. We are in the process of building a new Bulgari Miami Beach, new Bulgari Hotel. At the time we started this process, it was going to be the first Bulgari hotel in the United States, a real feather in the cap of Miami Beach. We went through hearings before the City Commission, before this board itself, before the Planning Board, and I can honestly say we got unanimous votes for this project. Everywhere we went, there was one Planning Board member who said, I love the project. I have a problem with this aspect, so I'm not going to vote for it, but I love the project. So we had one vote which was not unanimous. This board unanimously approved the project. We're excited. We have been working hard on this project. Since we got the original approvals, there were some delays through challenges, but we've made our way through those. As you've been by the property, you can see that we've done significant work on the property, mostly demolition at this point. And we are at a critical juncture with regard to this property and with this project. We are here asking for your approval of the modified demolition, and we genuinely need your help to move this project forward. We are at a point where delay, honestly, is very hard and very damaging to the project because we might, in fact, have contractors end up demobilizing with delay, which we really don't want to see happen. To be clear, we are not modifying the project that was approved by the Historic Preservation Board in any way. It's not larger, it's not no different setbacks. We will provide to you, and I guess, how do we, so please put up the first slide, which shows a rendering. Of course, you can't see it. Oh, now you can see it. So that's a rendering of the north facade from the original packet. I do have some additional renderings which are not in this presentation. We have them on a laptop, a couple laptops that I can show to the board. They are the original renderings. I didn't include them in this, not thinking that I should do that for the board members who are new. But if they're bored, we have a couple of additional renderings that we can show you on the screen of our computers. They are already in the record of approval. If you would like us to do that for a minute, I can certainly ask Nick and Barbara to show you a couple additional renderings of this project from different viewpoints, just to give you a sense of the larger project. So to be clear, we're not asking to change the project. We're simply changing the way we have to build it. We will preserve the north facade, as Debbie has said. That is the most, and really the only remaining architecturally significant portion of this building, based on the prior approval. When the project was originally presented, both the city and we believed that we had an older historic structure, but that it was substantially sound and stable. What we found after the fact, unfortunately, is that, as Debbie has said to you, this building was built with no deep pile foundations at all. Had this been a 3-story building, that might not have been a surprise, but as an 8-story building, I can tell you it was a complete surprise to our structural engineer, to our owner, and to the design team. It was pretty much a gut punch, to be honest, because we now need to completely redo the structure of the building, because we cannot make the project as originally approved meet applicable code requirements with no deep pile foundations. And indeed, the building will be subject potentially to collapse in the event of a hurricane because it could get undermined. It just completely changed what we have to do to this building. As a result, we are coming before you asking to first stabilize the north wall. We have in the presentation, and I can go through the presentation for you, which is mostly just the changed demolition plans, but we have a shoring plan where, as you have seen on other projects like the Amman and the Raleigh, we'll install a steel structure to support the north facade and protect it. That's the first step. We actually have to put in foundations under those structures as if it were a tower crane, effectively. So we're going to have to put in 6 new or 7 new foundations, then erect those towers, pin the north wall with those towers to hold it up. We will then demolish the floor plates behind it and build a new building, which ultimately is better, I think, for everybody, because the current structure, and our structural engineer can go through this in more detail, but there have been dozens of core samples taken throughout this building. Not one of them met the structural requirements of the design. And some are, and I use the word woefully inadequate. I think our structural engineer had a different phrase, but it's really in bad shape. And so while we had hoped to maybe be able to put new foundations in underneath the building, because of the weakness of the existing structure and its instability, we really can't do that without risking, collapse and potentially killing the construction workers on site. We have talked to a lot of contractors about this, along with our engineers. Nobody is willing to do that. And so we are here asking to remove all of the floor plates, save the contributing north facade, and then build the new building, which will then be attached to the facade again, and you will get the same product that was approved by this board. One small note, we are demolishing the west facade. The reason for that is we cannot put a structure on the outside of the building on that west side. It is a shared access with our neighbors. We cannot block it. So we can't get to any place where we could support that wall by supporting it from the outside, because I simply can't install that structure in that shared alleyway. It's 20 feet wide. So we will rebuild that structure, that western wall. If you see, it's a very plain wall. There are a couple windows in it. There's absolutely no architectural detailing in it. And again, we ask for your approval, we ask for your support and your help. We have put a number of things in the record in terms of the engineering, but Yusuf is here and happy to address you if you have questions about the structural condition of the building or this approach. And I think I will stop there, since you had a long hearing in front of us, and we're here to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you.
I will also
Yes.
say there have been communications between the principals, my clients, and the adjoining principals of the Satai, and they're fine with it. As long as we're not expanding and changing the setbacks, they're fine with it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the applicant?
Just what does this add to your time frame now, Carter?
I'm not sure I can answer that. It does slow us down. But one other thing you should also know, this project's fully funded. We don't have to close any loans or do anything else. We are moving forward as quickly as we possibly can. It is going to cost us, I believe, several months of delay, because we now have to, I'm told by our structural engineer, almost a year's delay, because we now have to do, with your approval, we can do we've already started on the design of the new structural system, but we're early in it. We needed your approval to do that. So we need to then do that design, get it, then file it as a modification to our existing permit. And that will take, I'm sure, at least 6 months. And from there, we then get to.
And the demolition itself will take quite a.
What we will be able to do in the interim is get the bracing up and do the rest of the demolition, so that we're prepared as soon as the permit's modified to start the construction of the new project. But yes, it is extremely expensive. It's certainly not where the owner or any of us want it to be. It's costing a lot of money. The bracing structures themselves are currently being bid, and they're in the neighborhood of $6 million just for the braces. So we ask for your help. We ask to allow us to move
The other
forward
thing,
with this great
in the
project.
rendering, it almost shows the porte cochere being on the same level as the street, but I'm familiar with that building, and it's like a drive up and down.
And in the
a
original,
ramp.
if I may, in the original approval, Ray, that was modified. We are lowering the driveway because of its angle, current angle, and this was approved by the board already. Because of the driveway angle, you can't use that driveway. So the board approved lowering the entry into the building. There are, again, no architecturally significant features left in the lobby. So you are correct, but we are in fact lowering that entry.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? No? Okay. Not at this time. All right. Thank you very much. Now we will go to board disclosures. Any disclosures on this project? No, no, no. All right. Opening to public hearing.
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand.
Hi, Roger Goldblatt, MDPL. We acknowledge the structural challenges and be silly to say don't do it. But we don't oppose the additional demolition request as long as the visual facades, as you stated, are still there, which they appear to be, which is wonderful. It's unfortunate that it has to be done piecemeal. It'd be great if all this could be done at once, but it's a beautiful structure. The Seagull Hotel has been around for a while, and it's really going to make a difference in the neighborhood. So we're for it.
Great. Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, we will close the public comment portion and go to board member comment discussion. Anything anybody wants to add?
I commend you on not wanting to tear the entire building down, which, you know, the state has made it clear that they don't care anymore, particularly north of 23rd Street, you're just a couple blocks away. So to save the face of the building that it fronts the street is costing you a lot of money to do, and I personally appreciate the fact that you are preserving it, and that when you're finished, you will have a structure that will stand the time for the next 100 and some odd years. Thank you.
And just gratuitously, we look forward to joining you in your neighborhood. I said we look forward to joining you in your neighborhood.
Okay. Any other comments on this project that anybody would like to share? Lindsay? Yes.
I mean, I guess I'm somewhat echoing. I do really commend the efforts. I wasn't here for the original approval. Obviously, we were here just, 3 months ago when we did the porte cochere. You know, the efforts and the links that this applicant has gone to make sure that they're doing this, as far as I'm concerned, right. You know, preserving this exterior structure, or the facade rather, which is, you know, the most important part of this building. I don't know. It warms my heart, and I appreciate it, and I just wanted to express that.
That's great. No, it's not cheap. And actually, I was going to say the same thing, but you said it so much more eloquently than I ever could. But no, I appreciate the work you guys are doing on this wonderful project. So I didn't have any questions for you. I was just devastated when I heard that it was built like a 2-story building in Flamingo Park instead of for its foundations, at least. So with that, do we have the staff report obviously recommends approval and as a draft order? Do we have a motion?
I will move to approve as recommended by staff.
Second, all right.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Hollingsworth?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next application on the agenda is HPB 240629. This is 910 Marseille Drive and 7116 Bay Drive. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a new multifamily residential building on the vacant portion of the site. And I'm going to turn it over to Jake, who will present our recommendation.
Thank you, Debbie. The subject L-shaped site contains 2 parcels and has frontage on both Bay and Marseille Drive. There is an existing contributing building located at 7116 Bay Drive, which is proposed to be retained, and a new detached addition is proposed to be constructed on the vacant portion of the site. The new 4-story building consists of 6 parking spaces at the ground level and 10 residential units within the upper 3 floors. Staff is supportive of the building design, which has been developed in a manner that is compatible with the architectural character of the historic district and consistent with the scale of the surrounding neighborhood, including the setback of the 4th level. Staff has 2 concerns with the proposed project. First, we recommend that additional landscaping and screening be introduced along the east side of the parking area to buffer light and sound from the residential buildings to the east. And second, we recommend that the west elevation of the building be further refined to break down the 3 large vertical expanses of blank stucco wall. Staff is supportive of the project to replace the existing vacant lot with a high-quality building and including no waivers or variances, and we are recommending approval.
Thank you very much, Nick. Any questions for staff? No. Sorry, that wasn't Nick. I know. Okay, then welcome and please.
Yes. Hi, good morning, everyone. Chair, members of the board, staff. My name is Cecilia Torres Toledo. I work at Ackerman LLP, offices at 98 Southeast 7th Street, and I'm here on behalf of the property owner and applicant Efrat Normandy LLC. With me today is our entire team. I have my partner, Gus Maxwell, as well as from ownership, Doron Arad and Yael Saías. I have our design architect, Jean-Francois Gervais from Idea Architects, landscape architect, Kiel Sembler from GSLA Architects, and our traffic engineer, Adrian Demkowski from Kimley Horn. We are here requesting a certificate of appropriateness to develop a 10-unit multifamily residential building on the vacant portions of this lot. If you can please pull up the presentation. Here you see a rendering of the proposed project. Now, this property is located at the entrance of Normandy Isle. It abuts 71st Street, which is the commercial core of this neighborhood. It is an area that is well served by transit, walkable, lots of commercial activity going on in the area. We have a bit of a funky zoning condition here. The portions of the lot that have the historic building are zoned RO, and then the vacant portions where we propose to build the new structure, they're zoned RM1. This is, of course, in the Normandy Isles Historic District, which is why we're before the board. So this is the historic structure that is on Bay Road. It was built in 1940, 2 levels. It has commercial space at the ground floor as well as 6 residential units. This application proposes to leave this structure intact, but I will point out that there has been active investment in retaining the structure as recently as 2017. All of the windows were replaced with hurricane impact windows, and the facade received a little TLC so that we can continue to enjoy this historic structure. This is the vacant portion of the lot where the new construction is going to be. This has been vacant for a long time, so we understand that the neighbors are excited that we're finally activating this with, a reasonable residential use. You can see here a little bit of the context of where this is going. I'm going to hand over the presentation to an architect to walk you through the drawings, but before that, I did want to make 2 points. The first is that the code allows us to build up to 55 feet in height, but we've consciously built it down to 41.5 feet in order to have a product that is contextually appropriate in this neighborhood, the 4-story building. You can see here the Knightsbridge condo right across Bay Road is substantially taller at 9 stories, so we think our height is pretty appropriate. And the second point I want to make is that for the first time in my career as a land use attorney, I received an unprompted call from neighbors, and they were actually asking if we could build taller, put more units there, more intense development. So I have a letter of support from the Knightsbridge condo, 6 owners in that condo that I will be distributing. They're very excited about the project. They think the design is very high quality, and they're happy that this vacant lot is finally being developed. And with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Jean-Francois, and I'll come back to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jean-François Gervais. I'm partner of IDEA Architects, 3233 Northeast 163rd Street, North Miami Beach. We're very excited to the opportunity of presenting this project to you today. As Cecilia said, it's a very modest project. It's 10 dwelling units. We went for the quality of the product. We work closely with the owner and staff to give what we think is a good product. So as we described, it's a simple structure. It has only 4 stories, and we were very mindful to have the massing of the building to be as pleasant to the eye and compatible with the scale of the neighborhood. So as you'll see in the renderings, the project actually scales back from the street. So it's a little boutique project. As I said, it's a very modest scale. We think that in working on it, we iron out the details to make it a very pleasant project. We would welcome your support. We think that this is the right architectural design for the site, and we're certainly very interested in hearing what you say. In the staff reports, there are 2 conditions, and we will comply with the condition. We have no restriction in being in compliance. I'll be more than happy to answer any question that you have. I'm also accompanied here by Kiel Simler, the landscape architect of the project. Any question you may have, he'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Does that conclude the presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay, perfect. The applicant presentation is over. Okay, so are there any questions for the applicant? Ray?
My standard question, is this going to be apartments or condominium?
Yeah, please.
So of course, it'll depend on market conditions at the time. The intent initially is to go apartment, but if the condo market is going good, then they'll switch over to condo, but they haven't determined that yet.
Okay, because I did notice that, you've got one huge unit on the upper floor, and I thought, well, maybe the owner of this project was going to take that for themselves.
No, I don't think so.
And also, you have 6 parking spaces.
Yes.
And you've got a 10-unit building. Now, I noticed that there's 4 parking spaces on the street, but I believe you can't have those assigned to your building, correct?
Correct. So yes, we have 10 units and only 6 parking spaces. The intent is for the 3-bedroom to have 2 parking spaces, the 2-bedroom and I believe 4 of the 1-bedrooms will have a parking space. There are units that are not going to have an assigned parking space, but like I said, this area is well served by transit. You have both the Miami-Dade County 79 and 279 bus going along 71st Street, as well as the Miami Beach trolley. It's a walkable neighborhood, so we don't think that that's going to be a negative for the project.
And a biking neighborhood.
And a biking neighborhood.
Great, thank you.
And we have extensive storage on the ground floor for bicycles.
Okay, while you're up there, I just wanted to see if you would possibly talk about how you're addressing the west elevation, like what your thoughts are on it. You said you're going to be addressing that as staff recommended to further refine it, but I just didn't know if you had any comments on how you might be doing that.
Well, it seems that it may be appearing as a little too massive right now.
You want to pull it up? I think there's the. I don't know if you have it in elevation.
Yeah, I'll show the elevation.
There.
Yeah, that's right. It may seem a little massive. So basically, what may be an irritation here is the mass of the vertical stucco facade. So we will basically jazz it up. It could be just with lines inserted in the stucco, but we'll activate the design.
Okay. Is that kind of along the lines of what you guys had in mind?
Yeah, just
Okay.
some more architectural definition to break up the verticals.
Sure, okay. Thank you. And maybe the landscape architect could talk about the first, like how you're going to, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
This will work as well. Hi, good morning. My name is Keel Semler. I'm with GSLA Design Landscape Architects. Yeah, as far as the landscaping, the condition between the units, we have a small setback, and then the adjacent neighbor has one too. So, we couldn't put massive shade trees in there to buffer, but we do have trees planted about 14 feet on center, 10 trees on each side of the between each facade. And we have those underplanted with hedges, which will ultimately grow up to the base of the tree, which will grow up. So we'll have a 15, 20-foot vertical wall of vegetation. I understand the neighbors are concerned about parking and headlights, so I think the shrubs going in there now, we have them 24 inches tall, but we will just increase the sizes and we'll stagger them, so right away they'll have an immediate light barrier for headlights.
Okay.
So
All right.
hopefully that will.
Thank you. Ray, go ahead.
With the parking, couldn't you just have it where they back into the spaces instead of driving forward? I mean, that's a possibility to take care of the light situation.
I mean, I know I park that way. I don't know if it's something we can dictate.
Okay, great, thanks. Any other questions for the applicant? Yeah, Randy.
Read the landscape plan. Is it orange Geiger on both sides of the building that you're planting?
There's orange
The trees?
Geigers, silver buttonwoods.
I
There's
see
sort of a
orange
mixed
Geiger
crabwoods
on
in
the-
there too. Yeah, but between the buildings where it's narrow, we have Geigers, crabwoods, and silver buttonwoods.
Okay.
And then underneath we have radimacheras, cocoa plum, things that'll grow,
Thank you.
10 feet in height.
Yes?
I commend the architect on the design. I think it's a great benefit to the area. I just wanted to ask you if you studied whether you could add additional parking, because what you had discussed was the possibility of having rental units.
Yes.
And more than likely, you're going to need more parking than 6 parking spaces. And the way I look at it is, did you study anything on the alley side, perhaps adding additional parking in the north-south direction?
There's a lot going on this small site.
Yes.
And actually, we went back and forth many times with staff to make sure that we would be in compliance with all the requirements. There is street parking. Now the requirement is 0, so we could have provided 0, but we knew that it was
I'm
not
familiar. I'm familiar.
But what we propose here, 6, is really the maximum that could fit in order to respect the landscape buffers, the access to the building itself. And as I mentioned earlier, we're providing extensive ground floor storage for bicycle, and we think that's going to be an asset for the project.
Again, my concern is the tenants, and number 2, possible guests. So if you have people living there with only 6 units having parking, any guests coming beyond
Right now,
are
there's
going to
parking lots
tax.
all around.
Yeah, those are going to be eaten up in the next few years too. But the project is beautiful, and I think it's a great shot in the arm for that particular area.
Okay, thank you.
No, okay. I think that does it. So now we will go to board disclosures. Any disclosures? No? All right, then opening for public hearing.
Okay, anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to comment.
Roger Goblad, Miami Design Preservation Board. We appreciate that you're preserving the existing contributing structure. Also commend you for keeping it below the maximum. I mean, you don't hear much about that. That's great. It respects the scale of the neighborhood. You add additional housing to Miami Beach while activating a vacant lot. That's great too. We support the staff recommendations regarding the landscaping we just spoke about, screening, refinement of the west elevation. Now, we have one point to blend in with the historical nature of the neighborhood. Instead of the curves around the eyebrows, if you can put vertical lines, we think would be more of a homage to the historical designs. But with some refinements such as that, the potential to be a positive addition to the neighborhood while respecting its historic context would be fantastic. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Seeing no further public comment, we'll now go to board comment and discussion. Anything, Lindsay, go for it.
Yeah, I'll start. So I do agree with my fellow board members. I think it's a very beautifully designed project. I appreciate, some of the comments made both by MDPL representative and the board that, the addition of the housing, the fact that you've, consciously chosen to stay below the heights to really remain in congruence with the other buildings in the neighborhood. I live in a historic neighborhood and I have no parking but street parking, so I'm totally okay with that. Having parking at all is kind of a nice perk. And I'm sure the market will reflect, whether or not you have a parking spot, your cost of your unit, whether that's a rental or a condo. So I appreciate the work that you've done here. I think you guys put a lot of thought into this and it looks good.
Okay, I live very close to this building and walk by it this site almost every day, and I think this is going to be an amazing addition to the neighborhood. And I think the way you're treating the front of it is going to be is really beautiful, and I hope it will be a model for future development in and around our city. So thank you. With that, can we entertain a motion? The staff recommendations were basically what we just discussed.
I move to approve with staff recommendations.
Perfect, thank you. Anybody second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Hollingworth?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Yes. Yeah, that was in the.
Okay, our next application is HPB 240637. This is a right-of-way location adjacent to the east of 260 Euclid Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of an odor control unit at the existing pump station located within the city right-of-way. This is an application filed by our Public Works Department. This odor control unit is at the existing wastewater lift station located on the southwest corner of the intersection of Washington Avenue and 3rd Street. The existing lift station is located primarily underground, except for the electrical equipment, which is required to be elevated. The existing electrical equipment, which you can see in the photographs, was actually designed as part of an art and public places project, a tile project entitled Liquid Measures by Wendy Wisher. The odor control unit is proposed in direct response to concerns of the surrounding residents. The existing equipment does not have adequate facilities to mitigate the odor emissions of the wastewater. The unit is proposed to be located above ground within the landscape portion of the right-of-way. It is 9 feet tall and contains filters which will remove the odors. And we have these type of units installed elsewhere in the city, and they have been successful. And what it does is it treats the substance and vents cleaned air through a 15-foot tall exhaust stack. Staff would note that the applicant has submitted 2 options in terms of the placement of the unit. They are still looking at potential conflicts with underground utilities. They're very, similar locations. We have no objection to either. And they have also proposed a tile cladding system. They have 2 particular designs. Staff has reviewed both of these designs and would have no objection to either being approved. I think this is important to note that the city's Public Works Department has been working very closely, especially with the immediately adjacent neighbor at 260 Euclid Avenue, to ensure that the resulting product is consistent with what they would like to not only see there, but the quality of life that will be improved in terms of removing some of these odors. So with that, I can turn it over to the Public Works Department, but I am available for any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for Debbie at this point? No. Okay. Thank you and welcome.
Good morning. George Maldonado, Assistant Division Director of Public Works Operations.
Good morning, Lee Nazier, Infrastructure Director of Public Works.
Like Debbie alluded to, we are here seeking approval for the installation of an odor control unit located at 260 Washington Avenue in the right-of-way. Since 2020, we have logged over 30 area resident complaints of odor in the area. In 2022, as a result of those complaints, we underwent a $1.2 million station rehab, 2 parallel 24-inch sanitary sewer gravity mains, manhole rehabs, valving in the station. We sought approval from the commission for a change order in the amount of $250,000 for 14 sealed tight water hatches to mitigate the odor complaints as well. We still continue to receive complaints after that, so this is the final attempt, hopefully, that we can mitigate those odor control complaints for good. At this time, I turn it over to Byram, which is the contractor overseeing the construction.
Great, thank you, and good morning, everyone. Pleased to be here in front of you. You have a technical...
Can you state your name, please?
Oh, sorry, it's Derek Webb. I'm the President and CEO of BioRem Technologies. We are the odor control systems provider on this project, and the presentation I'm about to do will give you a little bit of insight into the project team, try to give you some visuals, and also just explain the technology very briefly. As you're aware, dealing with the conveyance and the treatment of sewage does produce gaseous phase emissions. They produce odors. They can be dangerous chemicals at times, hence all of the complaints. So trying to integrate an abatement device into a dense urban environment is always a challenge. So hopefully what we show you here today is a suitable solution for that.
Mr. Chair, can we just take one short break? I'm not sure that all the witnesses have been sworn in. Were you guys sworn in earlier this morning?
Earlier this morning, we did raise our hands, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So the project team, BioRem Technologies, we've been doing this for 30 years. It's our specialty. We do odor control and air emissions abatement. Our specialty is harnessing the power of Mother Nature, and we've done this literally on every continent on the planet. Our specialty is also dealing with these dense urban environments. Also, we have represented here today is L7 Construction, a Floridian contractor that specializes in infrastructure projects, particularly water and wastewater. And then while not on the slide, this project wouldn't have been a success without our local partners, TSC Jacobs, as well. All right, so you see on the screen right now is kind of the proposed location. There were, as was mentioned, there are 2 potential locations. One is more difficult than the other in terms of underground utilities. Part of the project has taken into consideration just the impact on the neighborhood of the construction. So today we'll be talking about the one location that we feel is going to have the shortest construction period and the least amount of rework to the existing infrastructure that's there. You know, dealing with odors is one thing, but if you deal with the odors and create a noise, you're still impacting people's quality of life. So the project tries to take all of this into consideration. So it's not only dealing with the odors, dealing with the noise that's produced from the equipment that deals with making those odors, and then trying to make it blend in aesthetically into the neighborhood. I'm going to give you just a short 45-second video. It really gives you an idea of how this is going to look when you zoom into the area. So let's...
Experience, integrity, performance. Imagine an air filtration system built right into your neighborhood that eliminates odors, has no fences, makes no noise, and aesthetically blends into the local environment. Biorem makes this a reality with its compact air treatment system. It is proven to remove odors, will blend into the existing structures, and will improve the quality of life for nearby residents and visitors to the area. Slim and low profile, secure with hidden underground ductwork, safe with no moving parts and accessible entrances, concealed infrastructure blending into the neighborhood. A Cuban tile mosaic will be applied to the exterior walls of the system to enhance the overall aesthetic. The system will include several provisions for noise reduction, including concrete walls and specialized acoustical louvers within the fan room access door. Complete with a ventilation fan, inlet sources, a control panel, and a fluid system, there are hardly any external signs of industrial equipment. Instead, it's a simple, low-profile structure, something you might pass every day without a second thought. Inside the biofilter, Biorem harnesses the power of Mother Nature to remove foul odors. The fan pushes these odors into the filter media, and they are destroyed naturally without the generation of any harmful byproducts. Since the media is natural and permanent, very little maintenance is required, minimizing traffic and operator attendance in the neighborhood. Sleek aesthetic options, adaptive architecture, a small footprint that fits into parks, boulevards, or community paths. Behind that design is advanced Biorem technology working continuously to eliminate odors, safely, quietly, and without drawing attention. Biorem systems are designed to fit in seamlessly and perform at the highest level.
Just a quick introduction so you can kind of see how the structure will actually look in the neighborhood and kind of give you a hint of what's actually inside it. Just to recap, trying to really keep as much of the existing infrastructure there as possible. The whole project has to fit in seamlessly, including the construction phase. Part of the concept is to keep the oak trees that are in that vicinity as well as part of the overall aesthetics. Takes long enough to grow those, you don't want to cut those down. You've seen in the video the tiles that we're proposing. If anyone's interested, we've brought some samples here as well, just so you get a bit of a feel. I mean, this is fairly flexible, but it's something that we thought would blend in well with the foliage as well as the color of the pavement and the other buildings there. The other key features, no moving parts, right? Everything's contained within a structure, so it's secure. You don't have kids playing around with equipment. In terms of the sizes, we talked about this a little bit earlier, was at the introduction. It's about 15 feet by 12 feet in dimension, about 9 feet tall, about as low profile as you can get in terms of all of the other technologies that are available for odor control. This is low profile, safe, and doesn't produce any secondary contaminants. It's going to be reinforced concrete. That's going to be great for sound attenuation. Any steel is going to be corrosion resistant. Obviously, we want this thing to age well as well. There's no sense putting in a nice building that starts to look pretty horrible after a year of being exposed to the salt air. So everything has been taken into consideration for this to remain as nice 10 years down the road as it was on day one. Without getting too technical, I am an engineer by background, but just so you understand what's inside the box, this harnesses naturally occurring bacteria, right? If I wipe my hand on this table right now, I've got the bacteria we need that's going to eat the air pollution. So those odors that are in the air are actually going to be a food source for these bacteria. We grow them on a special rock, and they break it right down to carbon dioxide and water. They are benign, they're not genetically modified. And as I said, use very little water, no moving parts, it's permanent, so you don't have a lot of maintenance crews continually in the neighborhood trying to change out materials. It's kind of plug and play, leave it, forget about it. You guys are not guinea pigs. This has been done time and time again. Just got 3 real short examples. This is an example up in Vancouver in British Columbia. You can see that the infrastructure is literally 10 feet from someone's bedroom window. In this case, the subsurface conditions allowed us to bury everything below grade. Just one example there. Another example of right in the middle of a park in downtown Portland, Oregon. Same thing there, out of sight, out of mind. And then finally, the last example that we have of this in a similar scenario, residential area in a medium in Salt Lake City. In this case, the client opted to go for an open top system. You know, the rocks kind of blended in with the sand and rock in the desert environment, but the same type of concept, right? Total odor reduction, no noises, safe and low maintenance. And that kind of ends the presentation. Really just wanted to kind of give you a bit of a visual sense for what we were doing.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, questions for the applicant?
Well, I happen to live very close to the obelisk that was in your first picture.
Okay,
And
yes.
that park is often referred to as Stinky Park.
Yes.
And it still stinks.
Correct.
So what do you do different, are you going to do different now than you did there?
So at that facility, I believe it's a capacity issue, and that's actually being expanded to deal with those residual odors.
Okay.
So
When you had that in your picture, thank you.
We're about to break ground on a $44 million project at that obelisk for station rehab. So that unit will be upgraded to a bigger unit to absorb more of the odors.
Well, I mean, that, after they redid the obelisk, you know, because it's historic, and I mean, it's really a nice little pocket park.
It
If
is.
you can get past the smell. So right now, the only people that hang out there are the homeless. But, you know, so I'll be happy to see that come back online. And at one point in time, they even talked about making some sort of a roundabout there, changing the roads and everything, but you never know. Talk changes a lot of times.
Absolutely.
Any other questions for the applicants? Yes, please, Randy.
I'm looking at the two options for the location, and I don't, option one appears to be slightly further north than option two. Why it cannot be slid even further north so that it has a little bit of a buffer? Because option one appears it's right on the sidewalk. There's virtually no
I believe it's
landscaping.
due to the underground structures that are currently in there. So you've got, I believe it's the sewage lines themselves, as well as some electrical.
You can put it in either
infrastructure.
one or two. Location-wise, it can be either
That's correct.
moved back and forth in one or
It
two.
can, yes.
It just cannot be slid further south because the parcel was a pie-shaped parcel.
No, I mean, further south, I would think further north, because you actually have more area.
But we have
It's,
structures in their manholes that we need to keep to maintain the station flow.
so you can't go north.
We can't go north.
Beyond option two. And do you have no preference for which option? You just say that's the two places it can
We
go.
prefer to preserve the oak trees. We want to position it in between the two oak trees. We've already got approval from the urban forester.
And which option is,
That would be
I can't
option
see
one.
the trees, so I don't, I'm sorry?
That would be option one.
Option one.
Trying to preserve as much as possible that's there and reduce the construction time as well.
Is option two, option one, then in option two, what do you lose? One of the oak trees?
I believe so, yes.
You'll have to remove the 14-inch oak tree? Or the 11-inch oak tree? It's hard to see on the plan.
You're speaking of the diameter 11 inch or the height.
Okay.
It's a pretty mature tree that we want to try and save.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
The existing, I'm pretty familiar with the site. I used to live closer to it. The existing electrical panels that are raised, how tall are those? I'm just trying to get like a frame of
I would say
reference.
I'm 6 foot. They're about my height, a little bit higher, 6
Okay, and this is 9 feet tall, right?
Correct.
Okay. And how high did you say the exhaust stack extends?
It's 15 feet,
The exhaust stack extends 15, so from the ground.
correct.
Okay.
There is an existing exhaust track at the station now that extends some 30 feet in the air.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to ask about that exhaust, the exhaust stack, and wondering, is that going to be the stainless, is it stainless steel like you, is that a stainless steel stack?
Our
or is it-
proposal would be to make it stainless. Now, we can also coat it if we want a different finish to it, but we would want it to be corrosion resistant.
Yeah, of course, of course.
The last thing you want to see is a bunch of rust streaks coming down.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty prominent feature there. And can you talk a little bit about the landscape that you're planning to add to, I saw it in the video, the plantings that you're adding around it so that,
There is existing landscaping at the site.
Right.
We're gonna commingle the new installation with the existing landscape.
got it, okay.
I believe it's some installations of sago palms, some low-lying Green Island ficus.
Please speak into the microphone.
Sorry. Sorry, I believe it's some sago palms, some Green Island ficus, some native species that are drought tolerant there.
Okay. Is there any lighting at night around that planned?
We're
for
not proposing to have that. I think that would just be, be a little brutal.
Okay. Well, I was just thinking about security, just so that if you're worried about it being dark and there's something there that somebody could be around the corner, you have at least a little bit of light, not a lot of light, not like a.
It's a feature that can be added if that's something that's wanted, but, right now it's reinforced concrete. It's gonna be a heavy gauge door. Everything's gonna be locked up.
Yeah, it's not about somebody hiding inside. It would be about somebody being around, just because you're on the sidewalk and you're walking around this kind of building, that somebody could be walking around. That's it. But does anybody do that in your other, do they ever address that issue in any of your other sites?
In other sites, there tends to be other lighting, just normal street lighting in the area.
Okay, thank you.
I believe there is street lighting in that area, correct? Yeah. So shouldn't be any problem.
It's not the most lit area if you've
It's
been
not.
there recently, but yeah, okay.
And there's a lot of tree cover. I mean,
Yes, there's
I
a
mean,
lot
it's
of tree
beautiful tile, maybe uplighting. I don't know. It's something to that effect that just gives
We
it.
have seen people try to peel tile off other structures, but
yeah,
hopefully that doesn't
hopefully that
occur
won't
here.
happen.
Like you said, it's always a delicate balance between the tweed cover and the lighting.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a question on page C3. There are two isometrics of the structure, and it looks like a large surface plate around them. Is that just a graphic that doesn't exist as far as a physical element around it? I mean, will landscaping go right up to the walls? Because it doesn't look like that in the renderings. It looks like there's a huge platform it sits on.
That's actually not a platform, that's just a cutaway of the actual ground surface and the pavement that's in the area.
So there's nothing beyond the walls of the actual box, as far as the surface of the ground?
Right now, there isn't, no. Yeah, right, I believe that's all pavement in that area, right?
It's all ground cover in that specific site that we're gonna put it at.
No, I understand, but in this rendering, if you look at it, it looks like you would not be able to plant around the structure. But as you're saying, that's not the case of this rendering.
That's not the case of the rendering, no.
Okay. And then what is the setback off the sidewalk? It looks like it's like 6 inches, a foot?
It's right abutting the sidewalk, because it's very tight in that area. Like I said, it's a pie-shaped
Right.
parcel of landscaping there.
Okay.
It's the only area of the footprint that we could fit the odor control unit in.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant? No? Seeing none. Board disclosures? Seeing none, then public comment.
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand or please come forward.
Please come forward. Roger.
The gentleman from MDPL, Roger Goldblatt. We believe that projects such as these should be held to the same standards as anything else with design and preservation in our historic districts. I'm concerned whether or not, I mean, it looks beautiful. I wish everybody saw this presentation. It also smells good right there. I don't know what they brought samples or something. But I wonder if you've done some demonstrations or presentations to the local neighbors, residents around there, because some of them would be greatly affected. I think there's this really nice building, El Cyclone, which has all this tile in front of it and everything. And just, get their input, especially if you have choices of locations. Just involve the neighborhood. I think that should be a given. But other than that, no one wants the smell. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no more public comment, we will go back to any comments from board members on this. Andy?
You made the comment at the beginning that I think this is part of a public art. I'm not sure putting tile like this on the building constitute public art. I'm confused.
The electrical panels that are existing were an art and public places project. So that kind of mirrored blue tile is an art piece by Wendy Wisher. But this does not have an art and public places component. They're just trying to kind of blend in by including, you know, a simple tile.
Any other comment, board comments? No?
I guess my only comment would be is, you know, if you look at tile that's been put on, like the 41st Street bridges and whatnot, people go and they pry them all off. These are a little larger tiles, so maybe you won't have the same problem. But years ago, at the end of from 24th Street, like to 42nd, they had little round columns, you know, with the names of the street, you know, 24th Street, 25th, and they were all tiled, and they've all been removed because of the fact that people just misused them. And
that's one of the reasons why we went with the proposal that we've shared with you today. I think those will be less likely to be pried off, but you're absolutely right. When you use the artist piece or you have something of interest, they tend to be.
What are you going to do on the corners? Where they, you know, are you going to put like a metal corner?
No, it'll have a tile finish, a corner finish to go up.
I think you just ask for somebody to try and pry it off. If you don't have a metal corner, you know, finish on the four corners. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
I know there was it's more of a question than a comment, quite frankly. In the video that you showed some shrubbery or trees next to it, and I know there was a mention of it being 6 feet from this, or 6 inches from the sidewalk, because it's a very narrow space. But is the rendering in the video accurate that there is plans to put landscaping like on the sides of the structure to further shield it from view and perhaps vandalism?
Yes, the three other sides not facing the sidewalk would have landscaping around the perimeter, but the one facing the station closest to the panel would have just the tile wall to mimic the glass mosaic installation there. We just don't have the footprint to put landscaping on that portion.
And that would be the part that you're not going to have the landscape. Is that the east?
That would be the eastern portion.
Eastern portion, got
Yes.
it. All right. Yes.
Sorry, it's a question. So you have two different proposed locations, and you talk about the space in which you have to work.
Right.
And maybe this has to do with the manholes, because I noticed that the structure is rotated. So it's long way. It appears to be rotated at least. Yeah. On C2. So the structure itself is rotated, so it's.
It would have a north-south alignment as a rectangular shape.
In either location, it would be.
Yes, the same. It's just offset slightly either way, south
Okay.
and north.
Yeah, because that's not what was represented in the drawing, and so my question was, if it were a north-south orientation in both instances, does that give you more clearance on one side or the other? Can it be a north-south?
Well, option 1 and 2, 1 preserves the tree, 2 we have to remove the tree, so we prefer
Okay.
option 1.
Okay. Seeing not a lot of further board comment, I'll just weigh in and say that I never like projects that add more stuff on our sidewalks, which are already pretty crowded with a lot of things. I understand the need for this, and I appreciate that you guys are really trying to save trees, which I think is very important in our community. I hope that you'll that the landscape that you propose will thrive there, and that there will be maintenance done to the tile so that it remains. I don't know how the tile turns the corner at the top, whether that's an easy point for it to separate from the structure or not, but maybe there's some way that you guys can make sure that that's resilient to public interaction. So anyway, with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the proposed as you propose it with, I guess, position 1.
And we'll ensure that we finish this off to last as well.
I would make a motion that we go with option number 1 to save the 2 trees that are there and approve this.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, let me call the roll. Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Hollingworth?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin? Yes. Mr. Stewart?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, our next application is HPB 240644. This is 100 Lincoln Road, CU1. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for facade modifications to the commercial unit, CU1, located at the northwest corner of the property. I'm going to turn it over to Jake for our staff recommendation.
Thank you, Debbie. This is in the Deco Plage condominium building, which was constructed in 1965 and is classified as non-contributing. The scope of work is limited to the retail store at the northwest corner of the building, which was formerly a Walgreens. A new retailer, Aloe, is moving in and proposing modifications to the Collins Avenue and Lincoln Road facades, including the removal of the low overhang and the introduction of a new taller storefronts and a vertical aluminum cladding treatment. Staff has no objection to the proposed modifications, as they will not have any adverse impact on the existing non-contributing building or the surrounding historic districts, but would recommend refinement of the transition to the storefronts to remain along Collins Avenue. With that, staff recommends approval of the application and looks forward to the reactivation of this prominent corner retail space, which has been vacant for nearly 10 years.
Thank you, Jake.
Thanks, Jake. If I could just add, with regard to kind of the transition area where it intersects with the additional storefronts that are not part of this proposal, I know the applicant has been working with those adjacent tenants and trying to address staff's comment as well. They actually submitted a proposal to staff just a few days ago, which I believe is going to be part of their presentation. So I'm happy to report that we've been working on that, and I think we have a solution.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. Are there any questions for Jake or Debbie about the staff report at this point? Seeing none.
Yes, good
Welcome.
morning. We have a few people to be sworn in first.
Sure. Could you raise your could you raise your right hands? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Matt Amster with the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing 100 Lincoln Road, LLC, which is an affiliate of Aloe, LLC, and that is the owner and applicant. This is the commercial units at the Deco Plage, specifically CU 1, 2, 39, and 40. This is the prominent southeast corner of Lincoln Road and Collins Avenue. It had for many years a Walgreens store. However, that has been dormant and vacant for a good 9 years now. And Aloe is here to come to the rescue and finally reactivate this prominent corner. With us today, and we do have a presentation if that can be brought up. We have from Aloe, Jackie Balmanukian, Head of Architecture and Store Design. Next to me is Daniel McFarland, our architect from Lallier March Architects, and my colleague from the firm, Ben Sherry, handed out to you what Debbie was referring to. The Collins Avenue frontage is basically roughly half owned by Aloe and half owned by another owner, which is GFI Investments Incorporated. And I believe that a representative may be on Zoom from that group, but we've reached out and had many meetings with them in order to address what Debbie called out anyway, is the transition between the two units, right? Ours is for redoing the storefronts now, but we need to maintain the existing frontage on those southern units. So I'm pleased to say that we have come to an agreement, and the code actually does require, when we make an agreement, right, with anyone for either support or an agreement not to object, that we have to formally state that on the record, which I'm doing right now, as well as provide this in writing, which we gave both by email and hard copies a few minutes ago to Debbie and to Nick, the essence of our agreement with our neighbor. You don't need to go through your plans necessarily. That's included in our presentation. Daniel will walk you through what we've agreed, but we basically, the little top page was basically to add, we hope, in your vote for a recommendation of approval, that we include this exhibit that we've handed out as Exhibit A to supplement our originally submitted documents, so that this agreement and this transition between the two properties can be reflected in the record as part of the approval. With that, I'll turn it over to Daniel.
Thank you, Matt. I've sort of already gone over the basics of the site. We're really looking forward to bringing life back to the corner here at Collins and Lincoln's. It's like you say, it's been 10 years dormant, so really looking forward to making it exciting again. Just real briefly, if you're not familiar with Alo and who they are, they're probably most well known for their yoga apparel. They strive to make the best yoga apparel in the world. They're also a brand with a commitment to wellness and fitness, mindfulness, and they do that through their stores, but also through wellness centers that they're creating. And this project will include one of those wellness centers, one of 4 internationally, the others being Seoul, Korea, London, and Beverly Hills. So they're looking this as part of their core collection of wellness centers. So, excuse me. These are other examples of Alo sanctuaries. They call their store sanctuaries across the globe. While they always are looking for making a presence on the street, often we're working in historical districts such as this one. So, of course, you want to make your presence, but without overwhelming the context, and that's something we always strive to do. So the interiors, these are shots of other locations, Alo locations. The interiors strive for modern, clean lines. The merchandise is fairly sparse comparatively to other retailers, and it really kind of goes for a modern, almost museum-like feel in the interior. So the other component is the wellness center. So the wellness center is kind of like a health club, but it also offers other treatments. There's special exclusive experiences like a snow room where you go in and it's snowing inside, and there's other there's Pilates classes, there's a gym, but also yoga, and that's really core of who Alo is this commitment to yoga. So and this is all taught by their top-notch trainers, and they have the best yogis. They're really into yoga, I can say that. So the site is here, Collins and Lincoln, super prominent. The corner entry is the store entry, and the wellness entry is on Lincoln Road, which we'll see. This shows the survey of the interior. This is the 4 units that Matthew described, which were the former Walgreens units. So it's the exact same footprint as the Walgreens was. This has already been mentioned, and it's part of the Ocean Drive, Collins Avenue district, but not a contributing building. So this is the existing condition, and of course it's vacant, but you can see there's this low canopy, creating somewhat of a cavernous feeling on the sidewalk, and that's something that we really want to not work with. We want to modified. And I think, and this shows the adjacent, you should speak to this.
Yeah, just again, you can see basically all the black is the Allo store, footprint and even interior, but the yellow outline is our neighbor to the south. I know they've now switched, so the top is south. And that's how you can see just that, roughly speaking, each has about half of that frontage. And so that transition, which again we'll get to on the exterior, this just outlines where that takes place.
And just as a point of context, north is not up, it's down. So at the south side is the entry to the parking and loading area to the decoupage. And just to the east there is a parking garage entry right next to the porte cochere of the decoupage. There's a little planted area at the end. So I think this slide really shows kind of the core of what the transformation that we're looking for is to take the streetscape and literally elevate it from where it is now at 8'6" up to 14 feet. This requires removal of the existing concrete canopy and its structure and restructuring the facade higher. The existing structure of the roof allows for a 14-foot ceiling, so the glass in the ceiling just goes straight in. So everything is really going to come inside and out, is really going to speak to each other a lot more than it does now. Debbie, I mean, when we first started working with Debbie, she had suggested, we got rid of this canopy. Like, how about let's maintain some protection. And so we're proposing to do that, but with the canopy much higher, we're also making it shallower, so it's a lot less. Oppressive is a strong word, but it allows more air into the storefront. This shows, in terms of interior and exterior, this is the Walgreens plan. Before you would look into standard drugstore aisles, not really much to look at. The Allo plan is far more open, especially at the perimeter. So the area on the lower right is the store. There are store fixtures in there which are not shown in this plan, but they're fairly sparse. And then along Lincoln is the entry to the health club, which is separate. It seems like a more appropriate location for the entry to the health club. It's a little more private, closer to the decoupage entry. And then, of course, the corner is the obvious place to put the entry to the store, which is where the Walgreens entry was as well. This shows the roof condition with the new canopy. The new canopy is 3'7" deep. That's 14 feet high. Then we're removing a lot of equipment from the low roof there, and we do have a location where we have some HVAC equipment there. But this shows the relationship of the sidewalk to the canopy. It also shows a condition at the end that we are working with a neighbor on, which is a small neutral zone, which we'll see in a rendering soon, but also a canopy section where there was some sensitivities about drainage of the higher canopy onto the lower canopy. So we're going to pitch the higher canopy away from the lower canopy so there's no fall from one onto the next.
How much more time do you need?
I'll wrap it up quick.
2 minutes?
Sure. Let's go back to this section. So this shows the section of the canopy and the relationship. You can see it's 14 foot high with a 14-foot ceiling. Next. This shows the comparison of old to new. You can see there the low canopy. That is what will be demolished and moved up. This is a sightline study showing how the canopy relates to the entire streetscape across Lincoln Road. Showing that we do have some mechanical units we're proposing there. They are not visible from across the street. And then this shows the corner entry. So this canopy is constructed of aluminum tubes, which are powder coated or Kynar coated. We're working that so they're not corrosive. It's hollow, so it creates a pattern kind of like this. It's slightly inspired by you see a lot of screens in MIMO architecture. We sort of started with an idea of that, but then this is sort of more modernized and more delicate. Next. So the hollowness allows us to put lights within it. So at night, it will glow from the inside out like a lantern. Subtly, not too much. The energy code won't allow too much lights that we put in there. This shows the condition at the, where we transition to the neighbor. The red line is actually the property line, so the existing canopy will extend over the property line to maintain the protection to where the neighbor has outdoor seating. The end of the canopy will also terminate in a curve, so there's this sort of dialogue between the new and the existing canopy ending with a curve. Let's go to the next one. Here you can see the curve, the nighttime shot. This is the looking at the neighbor's perspective, and then one more. That's beeping. This shows the entry along Lincoln. One thing I do want to say is there are 3 locations where these screen elements come the whole way down to the sidewalk. And they happen where we want to provide a little bit more privacy, like at the health club entry, or on the Collins side, there's a location where there's a building egress corridor, and we're using these vertical slats to unify the visuals over that egress corridor. The base is cast stone for durability, waterproofing. Another nighttime shot. One thing I'd just like to discuss quickly is I know there's real sensitivity to enclosed show windows, and we are proposing one along Lincoln. It's bracketed by 2 completely open storefronts. And so what that is, it's going to be lit with mannequins, 14-foot tall, completely illuminated with merchandise. It will be very bright, and I don't think it will really be seen as blocking views into the store or as any kind of hindrance to the street experience. Nighttime shot. This is beeping. The entry.
Okay,
There we
just
have it.
real
Thank
quick.
you so much.
Just real quick, this is a true and much needed adaptive reuse to finally activate this long dormant commercial corner. The project, we feel, satisfies all the applicable criteria for both the demolition of the storefronts and then the new design, as well as being fully compatible with our neighbor based on our agreement to put in that neutral zone as appropriate transition. And then it, we believe, fully and in fact activates and will be a catalyst for the further redevelopment of this area. We respectfully request approval of both demolition and the proposed design with, of course, an acknowledgement of this Exhibit A that we handed out for the transition to be added to the record. We agree with all other staff conditions, and our team is entirely available for any questions and will reserve any time should it be needed for rebuttal. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Now, are there any questions for the applicants?
I just have a quick question back to Debbie. Did you say this was a non-contributing building?
Yes.
So my question would be, way back in 1998, with it being a non-contributing building, why did this board require all of the storefront windows to be maintained, which Walgreens didn't want, so they blocked them off, and then we had art windows that were overseen by Oolite. If it was a non-contributing building, why would that have happened?
So there is a criteria in our review that is more about connecting the public realm with the private area in terms of transparency into a space. Kind of it's really good to urban design to have active storefronts. So what Walgreens want, I wasn't here in 1998, believe it or not, but what I believe they wanted to do was just block all the storefronts in to remove that activity from the passerby in the sidewalk, and the compromise was to allow certain storefronts to be blocked in, but to program them with art space. So it's the same criteria a very similar criteria that we have outside of historic districts. It's not necessarily, although it can be, tied to, because it's a historic building, it needs to have this transparency. In terms of good practice for urban design, we focus on that citywide.
Okay, thank you. I have a different opinion now, now that I know all this. Thank you.
Yeah, can I ask the applicant, what is the depth of the canopy on the sidewalk now on your building?
8 feet,
I'm sorry?
8 feet,
And what is the canopy on the new design?
3'7".
At 14 feet?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The depth of the existing is 8'6". It's almost a square underneath.
Got it. Any other questions for the applicants? No, no questions. All right, then, board disclosures? Any disclosures on this application? No? No? Seeing none, open it to public hearing?
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand and please come forward.
Roger Goldblatt, MDPL. We obviously have nothing against this project. It's been vacant for so long. It's going to make a real big difference in what actually is a very historic corner, as many of you might know, the entrance to Carl Fisher's home. He'll be very happy to have a yoga place there. But it really will revitalize that neighborhood, be a great pedestrian experience. If you can kind of work on across the street from there too, that would be a help. But we're definitely for it. Thank you.
All right, very good. I think that closes public
We
hearing.
have,
Oh,
on
sorry.
Zoom,
Oh,
Russell Galbert.
Excellent.
Hi, Russell. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I so.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I will tell you that I am so excited to see Aloe come to this corner and to actually see an active and beautiful use like this. I think the Lincoln Road street end is one of the most important street ends we have on Miami Beach. And as most of you know, I've been working diligently to help Lincoln Road throughout this period of time and many, many years. And I just want to thank Aloe for selecting Lincoln Road. I think it's a street that's incredible. It's mirrored in the history and the foundation of Miami Beach, and remind everybody that we still have Rosie in the Canopy Park in South Beach. And Rosie, as most of you should know, or most of you do know, is the elephant that helped build Lincoln Road and helped build the street end with Carl Fisher's house therein. So the use is absolutely terrific. We're very excited to see it, and we hope that this project moves forward expeditiously.
Okay, thank you. I see no other members of the public wishing to comment.
All right, great. Thank you very much. So now it's time for board member comment on the project and board discussion.
Sorry. I think that the removal of the canopy is really unfortunate for the pedestrian, especially facing west. It is the most hostile side of the building. The intersection is also where a lot of people stop for crossing the street. If it's raining, you're looking for shelter. You will not get it from a 3-foot overhang at 14 feet. There's virtually no canopy on the new design. There's a gesture to it, but it's not a canopy. And I think it's really unfortunate that all of that will be lost with this design. I don't think extending a canopy out would hurt the design at all. And it would provide a much, much improved pedestrian experience, which is what we're looking at. And how do you increase the opportunity for shelter from the sun in the afternoon, from the west facing, and from the rain, which we get all summer long in the afternoon. So I really hope we can promote something better than just a 3-foot at 14 feet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ray?
It's very interesting because my whole point when I looked at this is I didn't like the fact that we lost the eyebrow. You turned the eyebrow into an overhang. You brought your right out to the very edge, and if the eyebrow continued further, then you'd maintain some character that was originally there with the building. I understand that you wanted to raise it, which, you know, and you've showed the transition now, but I would really like to see that eyebrow go out further, maybe not all the way to the 8 feet or whatever, but to show as an eyebrow, not just as an overhang. And that would be my comment.
Thank you, Ray. Nothing from your Haskell. Lindsay, do you have any comment?
I'm not opposed to the suggestions made to have additional coverage for pedestrians, but outside of that, I think Russell said similar to what I would say is that, I'm very much looking forward to the activation of this block, this corner. I've been excited about this project since I first heard it was happening, and I'm glad to see it, taking shape and coming before us. Generally, I'm in support, and if there are modifications to improve it, I don't know that I'd have a problem with that either.
Thank you, Lindsay. Haskell?
The architect, why did you choose 3'7"?
It's a good question. Well, initially started off at 3 feet, but because of the addition of the lower tubes, we just thought 3 feet was enough to provide a small amount of coverage. I agree that certainly in a gale wind or a lot of rain, it's not going to help, but we thought it was the minimum amount. We wanted to keep our projection minimum to keep our exposure within to the maximum.
Before it was, to Ray's point, both Rays, it was 1-to-1 essentially. It was 8 feet, 8.5 feet above the street level. It projected out 8 feet. You would have to address your concerns, go out substantially to provide any coverage, but I don't think that, from a technical standpoint, it's not an issue, correct?
Not really.
And
no.
from a visual standpoint, it's not going to be an issue, because if you're standing across the street and you're looking at it, it's not going to be an issue as well, is it?
No, I don't think there's really anything keeping us from extending it. Certainly given the comments, sounds like the critical issue. We certainly can go out. It's just we encroach into the right-of-way more, but I think that the existing one does that anyway, so I don't think we're going to have an issue there with the canopy encroaching. So we certainly can explore pulling it out. I think the question is, what's that magic number going to be where it does provide enough coverage? Is it 5 feet? So we have to figure that number out.
Essentially, if you're up 14 feet up in the air, you're going to have to go 1-to-1 to provide the same coverage as before, and that's not realistic. I realize that.
Some
So is there
lampposts that
another
would
that you're
get in the way.
thinking that would?
No, I was just thinking if we could keep it out where it was, even though they've raised it, it really looks like an eyebrow. And yes, it's not going to present the same coverage for the people underneath it, but I don't think it hurts the integrity of the design, but yet I feel that it makes it feel more like it was before. To me, that's important. Right now, it's almost to the point of being too modern and not taking into consideration what was there before.
My concern with bringing it to 8 feet is that because the nature of this thing is essentially a box made out of tubes, is that it might start to feel heavy, like a big mass. Right now it's somewhat slender and it has that portion to it because it's not as deep as it is tall. So I'm a little bit, I might require study. I think if we get up to probably 5 feet, we still be okay. I think 8, it's gonna maybe feel bulky. Whereas right now it's just a visor,
Well, I wouldn't recommend that you would bring the tubes out to the 8 feet. I would think you'd leave them where they are, and
Yes.
just the canopy comes out. So
Yeah,
that
just
you have the
lower
same
plane.
feeling you have
Yeah,
when you look the building to
That's a
the same
different
building with the
Yeah,
other
no, I
stores.
just wanna-
No, I think
I want
bringing
an
the
eyebrow.
tubes out would be terrible. It would be way too massive.
Okay,
Just
we
a
share that
thin
concern.
line of.
I didn't
the
understand.
cement.
Yeah, I didn't-
Just the cement.
Yeah. So right now, the tubes sit on top of what the canopy itself is a metal plate. It's very thin. It's only, but that eyebrow, as you say, could jut out.
I think it'd be a huge improvement.
I think that would be fabulous. I think it would really help the overall design of the neighborhood. You may not like it yourself for just your project, but I think overall, when you're looking at the neighborhood and it brings that little Art Deco flavor back into it. I think it's a necessary addition.
Hi.
This is my client.
Sorry, I represent Allo. So I think we've...
Could you please
Sure.
step up to the mic and introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, I'm Jackie Balmanukian. Matt introduced me a little bit earlier. I represent Allo from an architecture and design standpoint. We work together, not necessarily the other way around. But I think the points that have been raised are valid. I think that what we were trying to do was really simplify this corner a bit. I think that, you know, if I'm hearing correctly, if we're to take the metal plate and extend it out 8 feet or whatever we deem appropriate, I feel like that will look like a mistake. I feel like it will look like an add-on. I think we spent a lot of time developing.
Just the cement, just an eyebrow.
There is no more cement. The cement is.
You're gonna, you would add it in when you're building. You're
I
taking
see.
it out, you just put it back in at.
How would that, excuse me, sorry, how would that integrate with the box that you're talking about?
I don't think that would feel like a very integrated design.
Well, if you want my approval, you're gonna have to do it. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Do you want this development?
Let me just step in here because I think the design as it stands now is very elegant. I think there is, it'll be a huge addition to this corner. I also think it could probably be thickened a little so that it's not just 3 feet. It can be, but I also, you know, I think we should admit that even if it were 8 feet, it's not protecting you from our rains. Or our sun in the west. I work just a block from here in a building that doesn't have eyebrows on it. It's a contributing 1940s building, and it's a very, you know, it works. It works with because of the streamlined quality of that building, and I think this is what this building is kind of looking at, that kind of streamlined modern. It's also mid-century modern. It's kind of pulling this horizontal area around. If the applicant is willing to work with staff to deepen that distance between the building and the edge of the a bit, I would say probably, I don't know, I would say 2 feet maximum more, but that would be about it. That would help, I think, work with you guys and maybe, but I wanted to ask Debbie if she thought that was something staff would be able to work with the applicant on.
Yes, and I think it would be helpful to put in a deepening up to a maximum of 2 additional feet.
Right.
I think would be helpful.
Okay. Is that something that you guys can agree to?
Yes.
Without changing, like,
Yes.
it would be looking like this, but just a little deeper.
So John,
Yeah.
what you're suggesting we incorporate is actually bringing the structure that is now 3 feet extending, bringing that out to up to 2 feet more.
Right.
So that we're not this floating box sitting over us, right? But also providing a little bit more coverage, but not the existing 8 feet. I would support that. I mean, I agree. I was thinking about this, you know, I was thinking about this, you know, a lot of the storefronts on Lincoln Road, there is no coverage. I mean, if you're caught in the rain, you're caught in the rain. And I live in a 1930s building, like, we don't have any eyebrows. I open my back door and, you know, the water drips down on me. You know, it just, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Ray, but I think that that's a good compromise to extend the existing design. And it does kind of harmonize it with the neighborhood. And again, I mean, the activation of this space, I think is of paramount importance. I really do. And we've got a solid contributor who wants to come in and put into the space. I mean, they're in Brooklyn, they're in, I mean, you know, you saw the different places they are. I mean,
So just to define it, leave it exactly where it is now, the 3'7", but bring the cement part of the eyebrow out.
No, Ray, we're just hold on one second.
Maybe
We're talking about simply thickening this entire portion here so that it's not just 3'7", it's actually the whole thing's coming out. So you get the same coverage that you're asking for. The whole thing is a thickened eyebrow, essentially. That's what we're proposing.
No, it's an overhang, it's not an eyebrow.
It's in the
It's an
scheme of,
overhang,
in
it's
the
not a-
scheme of the,
Okay.
of the,
You
of
guys
the
can decide. If it
entire
wants my
height
vote,
of the
It
building.
stays where it is, and there's 2 feet of eyebrow.
It's-
Otherwise, it doesn't get my vote. It's plain and simple.
Okay. Should we take a straw poll to see if anybody else would support that compromise of thickening the aloe, essentially an eyebrow, to allow for, it to provide better, more shade, but not changing this, this design. Are you okay with that, Randy? And you're not, are you okay with this, Haskell? Extending this whole thing out? Okay. And you're okay?
I'm okay
Okay.
with that. Okay.
Okay.
Can I'd like to address this point.
Sure, sure, go ahead.
Right, to extend the eyebrow, you're gonna have essentially two elements then, right? You're talking about the concrete eyebrow.
Yeah.
And
And
then
then
recessing
step back.
their vertical elements
Right.
back from that eyebrow.
Right.
That's a complete
Yeah, I
design
think
change.
it's a pretty
Wait,
substantial.
wait, it's okay, it's okay, just, oh,
I would assume that's a complete design change, right? Is that what you're asking for?
yeah.
I
So
I don't think that's what we're talking about. We're talking about just extending this, and you're not okay with that.
Thickening it,
with
so that
12
it
foot
gets
setback.
to, it gets to Randy's earlier point.
I would
It's-
just like
it's
to
not
see
s-
more sidewalk coverage.
Right.
I wouldn't mind if that facade up there stayed back there, but I know you're not talking about a concrete overhang. You're talking about a metal, which is going to be integrated with the vertical structure. So I just would like to see a little more sidewalk coverage,
I
because I don't
understand.
think 3 feet does it.
So, yes, can we get a motion to this effect?
Yeah, so I would make a motion that we approve. No?
I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah.
The motion would need 5 votes for approval.
5?
Because there is demolition associated with this application.
Oh, okay. It's not just a certificate of appropriateness?
We had outlined the demolition and the demolition criteria in our evaluation to remove the existing eyebrow, basically, and some of the storefront demolition. It does include demolition. So while it's not significant, it's relatively minor demolition, it would still require 5 votes.
What would you like to do?
So with the applicants, look, it's based on our straw poll here. It does not appear we're going to get 5 votes. I would be open to a continuance if you guys would.
Yes, could I ask a couple of questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to understand the motive behind the eyebrow continuation, because obviously these would be at different, the existing eyebrow would be at a different height as the new eyebrow. So is it the architectural language of the eyebrow that you're looking to, okay.
Can you be on the mic, Ray? Ray.
Yes, it's a significant, the significance of the eyebrow that I'm
Okay.
interested in.
Okay, because I think looking at it might, I think we should look at it, because I think it might not look as good as we might think it could.
We're not considering leaving the eyebrow at 8 feet.
No.
Everything's higher, yes.
No, if you had at the bottom of that, just had a 2-foot eyebrow that came out from there all the way around, that would bring back to me what was originally there.
So I think a couple of things. In doing so, I think you would block a lot of the light, the natural light that would be coming into this space. I think you'd also be blocking the visibility of that, what we envision as this, really beautiful sort of canopy structure that's illuminated at night. I think you would block a lot of that visibility. So
He keeps saying concrete, but is there no way to actually just extend that metal out 2 feet? I don't think leaving the facade of the tubes at 3 feet, moving the level that they sit on out 2 feet with a metal structure, I don't think you're gonna lose visibility back 2 feet, up 14 feet in the air. You're just not, but it will give sort of a skirt to the horizontal.
yeah, I think we would
I think
absolutely
that's-
consider that.
Yeah, I think that's
But I don't
doable.
know
and
if that
It
would
comes out
get-
5 feet. That's what I think he's trying to get to, is an
Yeah.
eyebrow, whether it's metal or
Yeah, but,
concrete,
yeah, I mean,
it
just that-
doesn't
that
matter.
that's just not, I
It's
want
square.
to have something coming out.
I see.
Like a base.
The plate, would, the concerns that it would be set back, and it might seem like 2 different elements, whereas now they're 1 element.
Sure. I think we could probably work with that, though.
Can we call up the presentation just to make sure we're all talking about the same thing, just for clarity?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, Debbie, can you also Is this, would you be able to do this
I
administratively?
believe so, if I'm clear.
Yeah.
I mean, and it sounds like we're extending out just the plate at the bottom of the overhang out an additional approximately 2 feet.
So this area here underneath the upper canopy.
I have
Yeah, go ahead. Were you about to say
I have a
something?
question.
Yeah, go ahead and then ask.
So, and I just want to understand, when we're talking about extending, so there's two things, I think, not competing, but two different things that we're trying to address here. One is what I think we've already addressed, which is giving an additional 2 feet of coverage, right, that we've addressed. I think from a perspective, and I'm not an architect or a designer, so I'll obviously ask you guys to weigh in on this, but from a harmonization of what was one element is now kind of becoming two elements that we want to harmonize together, would it be okay that they work within that 2 feet? Like, it's not necessarily, unless they want to, 3 feet plus 2 feet of metal, or could it be 3 feet plus 1 foot of, or 4 feet plus 1 foot of metal, or whatever it is that works well in their design? Is that workable to you with staff?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we pull up the section? You were trying to do it on the elevation, but maybe on a section, so you have some details. So the proposal I was making was to bring that whole box, thicken it so that it was 3 feet wide and whatever that height is there. Ray wants to have a, so what do you have there at the bottom of that structure?
It's just a metal plate.
It's a metal plate.
It's open within, so the rain falls through on top of that metal and then drains off the front lip.
So it's a weatherproofed metal plate. And Ray, you said you want that metal plate to come out 2 more
so
feet at the
Is
bottom.
that metal
of that.
plate going to be able to come out 2 feet and not have any problem with the rain running off and whatever? I mean, what's the thickness of that metal plate?
It's
I mean,
thin.
Right now, it's
So right now, it's sort of hidden.
Quarter inch.
Quarter inch with
Oh, yeah,
and then
see,
with the
it
cladding on
doesn't
top.
show that, I mean, on
These-
here,
yeah,
it shows
right.
that there's some thickness to that.
It's difficult to tell on that one. I have.
You know, on the, I mean, I'm looking at this one you just handed out. I mean, it looks like there's a thickness to it.
I can show you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can show.
I think with the metal louvers, it does.
I made it go away, sorry. See, I was just looking at here. It looks like there's some thickness right there.
We gotta be on the mic if you guys are gonna have a conversation, so, yeah. You can, maybe there's a carry mic if you wanna do that, but, yeah, Haskell, please.
Can I chime in for a minute, Ray?
It shows the thickness of the canopy. It's quite thin.
You have lighting underneath. Currently, you just have a fascia and a soffit. Right? A continuous fascia.
Oh, yes,
and a
yes.
soffit. What Ray wants to see is an extension, if you will. Right. So if we extended another 2 feet, I think that might provide you with some additional ability to light up, because you're providing lighting on the underside of that box, if you will, right?
Correct. There's a light fixture within.
So you could if you could, I mean, you could essentially create a 6-inch deep, high eyebrow, and you could put all your lighting within that eyebrow, and it might provide you with a better lighting scheme for your storefront, and it will appease my colleague. Does that make sense?
Yes, I mean, it's not that we're sort of talking about two different things. and
No,
I don't.
I'm talking about one thing.
I always have the extension. No more deep box.
The deep.
Cantilevered eyebrow would go about 6 feet out. Your box still remains at 3'6" or 3'7". But it'll give you an opportunity to provide lighting throughout that eyebrow.
I understand.
I think we have lighting, though. I don't think that we need depth to
No,
have that
you
lighting.
have-
but-
But that eyebrow will appease.
At this point in time, I'm willing to defer to my 4 other colleagues and vote for the way it is, only because I really wanted to see an eyebrow, which be cement. You bring out something that's metal it's still not, I mean, it defeats what was originally there. So if these four think that it's fine the way it is, then I'll vote for it.
Okay, thank you, Ray, for that. Randy, how are you?
I still
Still
would
want
like
the
to
2
see the
extra
5
feet?
feet.
Okay.
I think I would leave
Let's
it up
do
to
that.
them. Do you bring that facade out to the 5 feet above, or are you able to keep it back so there is a defined ledge? I would just like to see better sidewalk coverage. That's my.
I imagine you would bring the box out so it would be a bigger, wide, and it would be very beautiful like that too, I think.
And I think we can work out the details.
Right. Okay. It sounds like we have, if we did a straw poll, Ray, and we've got it out, we're extending it out, are you? We're providing more coverage.
I only want to have just the metal part on the bottom. Otherwise, leave the design the way it is.
Okay, so Randy, are you willing to to approve this design as it is?
I would prefer to see the 5 feet.
I know you would.
And I
I
would
know
prefer
you
to see
would.
the top piece.
How
set back.
much do you prefer?
I agree that pulling the whole top piece.
I understand, Ray, but Randy, would you be willing to
Let me ask the
compromise
applicant,
this?
is it possible to bring a projection out that gives that impression there is a base there? So that you get the sense that there's a bit of an eyebrow, but it brings the coverage out to 5 feet, and you don't bring that facade all the way out? Because I think it
That's
will
the
look
middle
very heavy.
A little, maybe it only sticks out a foot beyond or something like this.
I
But
think,
it
I'm happy
creates
they
that-
work with staff to come up with.
Don't look at me. I'm not trying to redesign your project. I think it's very nice.
So may I make a motion?
Wait, I think we just have to make sure we're all on board with what an emotion. You want to just, without making a motion, can you just talk about what the motion would be, and then you guys can decide?
Without making a motion, sure, I can talk about what the motion would be.
But this, is this what we're, did you guys see this? You saw this?
Yeah, but maybe that looks a little thick from here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So, my suggestion would be somewhere between 3.7 and 2 feet out, so 5.7, or five, not 5'7", excuse me, not 5.7.
That goes up 2 feet.
Correct. Yeah, so that the applicant, we approve, I would recommend,
Yeah, just a recommendation to make sure that Randy's on board.
I would recommend, or if I were to make a motion, it would say that we approve with staff recommendations, subject to the applicant working with staff to satisfy a condition, providing for some sort of,
Eyebrow?
yeah, I guess it's eyebrow. Yeah, I will. This is just discussion purposes and making
Well, it's
sure
gotta
that
be
it
written down.
satisfies.
We just want to make sure that if we say it, okay. Is
you
this
know,
going in the direction that you guys are, okay?
with an
with?
eyebrow
All
or
right, all right.
eyebrow-like structure,
Okay.
how's that? Extending from the front fascia.
Okay, they're willing to, you want to say,
No, I gotta say it again. Okay.
call that a motion? You have to do the whole thing. Just say,
Say it again. So I would move that we approve per staff recommendations with the additional condition that the applicant work with staff to incorporate an eyebrow-like structure that extends from the front fascia of the front facade of the slats, the vertical slats, up to 2 feet out from the 3.7, a minimum of 2 feet out.
I think we were talking about 5 feet, right? 5 feet.
So, okay, so it's 5 feet,
For property line.
up to 5 feet extending from the front facade of the building. That's my motion. Did you get all that, Debbie?
is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Hold on, let's make sure Debbie got everything.
Yes, and so that is to require a 5-foot coverage. Okay.
We would like 5-foot coverage with some sort of,
With an eyebrow-like projection from at the bottom of the projecting overhang.
yes.
And, okay.
And whoever seconded, yes?
Randy seconded.
Okay, So let me call the roll.
If I may,
wait,
just
yeah.
Yes.
to make sure that
With the addition of the, yes.
the Exhibit A, right?
Exhibit
the
A.
transition
Yeah, so
between
the
our
Exhibit
neighboring
A will satisfy the first condition, so we will reference that in the final order for the transition. Let me call the roll. Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Mr. Hollingworth?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It will be beautiful. It's all right.
Okay,
Thanks, everyone.
Mr. Chair, we have two discussion items. They may be lengthy, they may not be, but we also have lunch. So if we maybe want to grab your lunch and we can discuss the last two items at that time. So maybe take a 5-minute break, grab your lunch, and then we'll move on to the discussion items.
Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started with our two discussion items, which will finish the agenda today. The first discussion item is a recommendation to the Mayor and City Commission regarding the proposed legislative modifications that came out of the Historic Preservation Ad Hoc Ordinance Review Committee. Just a bit of background, this committee was formed by the Mayor and City Commission on March of 2024. The sponsor of this item was Commissioner Fernandez, and again, Ad Hoc Historic Preservation Ordinance Review Advisory Committee was formed. We had 7 members. Just real quick, Rick Lopez, former chair of this board, was actually the chair of the committee. Michael Goldberg was the vice chair. Alex Witkoff, Andrew Halloran, Scott Needleman, Daniel Seraldo, and Javier Granda were the remaining members of the committee. The committee was tasked with a comprehensive review of the city's historic preservation regulations, including the possible expansion of the certificate of appropriateness criteria, as well as providing recommendations to the Mayor and City Commission to improve and/or streamline the review process for projects located in historic districts or individual historic sites. The committee held 5 meetings between June 27th and October 15th of 2024. All of these meetings were publicly noticed. They were all held after 5 p.m. To make them as accessible as possible to anyone who wanted to attend. The committee met on 5 separate occasions. They reviewed 3 major areas and issued recommendations according to those areas. The first was to take a look at the certificate of appropriateness criteria. Those are the 40 plus criteria that we outline in our staff reports to the board every month. The second area they looked at was the actual historic preservation review process, both the Historic Preservation Board review process as well as the staff level review process. And the third topic of discussion were to look at enhancing incentives for historic preservation, for historic properties throughout the city. So with regard to the certificate of appropriateness criteria, if you look, we do have a drafted ordinance. This entire ordinance, I should preface and say, was reviewed by the planning board at their May meeting. The planning board did unanimously recommend a favorable recommendation that will be transmitted to the Mayor and City Commission. Again, the criteria we looked at, and it was noted throughout that we did have significant redundancies in our criteria. We had some criteria that were actual code requirements, not actually criteria for a certificate of appropriateness review. We had certain criteria that were informational only. We had specifically in the demolition criteria, I think there was a lot of recommended cleanup. The revisions that are proposed for the criteria are in an attempt to help streamline and consolidate not only the board's review, but staff's review, because when we issue a staff level certificate of appropriateness, we also use these criteria. And also to make it clearer to the applicants and members of the general public, the specific areas we're looking for without getting too confused. As part of this process, we did do a significant amount of research on other historic communities and did note that we had probably 4 to 5 times the amount of criteria that most historic preservation communities had, and that maybe that could be impacting the appearance of of a difficult process. We did not eliminate any criteria. We simply consolidated, removed redundancies, and clarified the criteria we did eliminate were not actually criteria. Those are things that are required by the zoning code, or were just purely an informational item. So we think this is a positive improvement, and the administration is supportive of that set of recommendations, as was the planning board. The second topic that the committee looked at was the review process. Most of you, I think, understand the process. Members of the public listening may not. We basically have two tracks of historic preservation review within the city. And it is a dependent on the scope of work that is requested by any particular property owner, whether those elements can be reviewed and approved by staff through the administrative process, or if they require a historic preservation board review. The committee did focus on potentially looking at areas where we could increase the expansion of our administrative review. In part, we looked at the criteria for design review. So if you go through the design review process, that means you're outside of a historic district. And we noticed some inconsistencies that were likely not substantial in terms of not only what we do in practice, but in terms of the level of alterations. So for example, and I'll go through these, sustainable roofing. Currently, a sustainable roof could be defined as a white roof, right? A high albedo surface, a white roof is a sustainable roof. Technically, our regulations require that to be reviewed by the Historic Preservation Board, which we think is rather cumbersome and not in line with our resiliency goals in the city. And we do believe that something like that could easily be approved administratively. Now, sustainable roofing could also be a metal roof. It could also be a green roof. Again, we would be looking at the certificate of appropriateness criteria. So for example, if a Mediterranean Revival home or building came in and did a very modern or vernacular type metal roof, staff would review it in accordance with the criteria, determine that likely it did not meet the criteria, and then we would ultimately either change the style of the roof to be approved administratively or submit an application to this board. Property walls, fences, and gates are not clearly defined as a staff administration.
Which page are you
This
on?
is on the committee report. You should have the final report. I think that was.
Is there a page number?
It's on page 3 at the bottom. Minor public interior modifications. These would be minor modifications that did not destroy any significant interior features. For example, the introduction of a small bar counter, the slight modification within the interior that also satisfied the criteria. Minor work involving improvements upon right-of-way and easements. Again, that is also consistent with our review process outside of historic districts. Demolition and reconstruction in accordance with historical documentation of architectural features. Now, in the ordinance, we have provided a definition of an architectural feature and a limitation on that, but that would be reconstruction. So that would require significant historical documentation to ensure the accurate reconstruction, and it would not be, I think, more than 25% of the area of the facade. Railing replacement, this is something this board has reviewed often. So a railing, specifically we have, and I'm preaching to the choir here, concerns with older buildings that may not necessarily be historic buildings in all cases, due to the current life safety requirements of a 42 inches in height, the 4-inch rejection requirements. We're also seeing more and more structural issues particularly with concrete railings, in terms of the weight of these railings on projecting surfaces. So this criteria would allow the railing replacement in an alternate material that might be more sustainable and structurally appropriate for the building, that closely matches the original design. So that was a recommendation to be a staff level review. Additionally, the committee did recommend that for non-contributing buildings within historic districts, that staff be able to approve alternate designs for railings, subject to the development of design guidelines, which would be brought back later to both this board and to the city commission, so that instead of these condominium buildings going through the 40 or 50-year recertification process, they would have a menu of design guidelines that they could actually review. We could actually review and approve administratively instead of bringing each one through the Historic Preservation Board process. A second recommendation to the process was a modification to the existing two-step process. We currently have a two-step process in the code. No one has ever used it. So the question came up as we were going through this is, why hasn't anyone used it? It is extremely vague as currently written. As currently written, it requires the board to determine eligibility for the two-step process. So that creates all types of challenges, because they would have to submit an application to the board to determine their eligibility before they could submit an actual application for the two-step process. So we have included criteria that would be required for a two-step process, and it would be the planning director's determination to see if a particular project did satisfy those criteria for the two-step process. What the two-step process currently allows for is the review and approval of a site plan, a detailed site plan, and which would be a binding approval of a site plan, and then up to a certain time frame, the applicant would have to return with all of the architectural details. This is particularly helpful with extremely large projects where, we often can't get through an extremely large project in one meeting, because not only are we looking at the site planning issues, the demolition issues, but, in terms of height, massing, we're also trying to look through all of the architectural details of a book that may be this thick, as a lot of you have experience with. I think this is a great recommendation, and it may ultimately result in better quality projects, because then we'll have time to really get into the details of the architecture, instead of trying to bite this huge apple all at once. We can have multiple bites at it. And I think that from the developer side of the community, that would be helpful for them too, because there are certain financing thresholds in terms of getting a site plan approval. And I think that's helpful. We'll see if that is adopted, maybe that would be utilized. The third recommendation was with regard to the transportation analysis and mitigation plan requirements. Currently, a transportation analysis and mitigation plan is required for all commercial and mixed-use developments over 5,000 gross square feet, and multi-family projects with 4 new units. That is practically every application that we have. And that has been something that we've gotten a lot of feedback from applicants on, that it adds maybe 2 to 3 months to the process. In certain instances, it requires maybe 6 months in addition to the process. So this was unanimously supported, that we would keep a transportation analysis and mitigation plan requirement in, but the threshold for projects would be raised to a 50,000 square foot, which are really the major projects that do have circulation issues, delivery issues, and impacts to the city's infrastructure. The Third process was to expand the existing special review procedure for single-family homes. So the current special review procedure does permit expanded already administrative review over additions and exterior improvements to single-family homes. However, for administrative review of new additions, there are certain percentage thresholds outlined in the code. For example, for a 5,000 square foot lot, up to 10,000 square foot lot, staff cannot approve an addition greater than 20% of the existing square footage on the site. And going through this, it appeared that a lot of these regulations were not drafted with single-family homes in mind. We have very few single-family homes in historic districts. And when you're dealing with commercial or multifamily buildings, 20% of 10,000 square feet is a lot different than 20% of 13,000 square feet. Our historic single-family homes are very small, leading, to unless you want to do a 200 square foot addition, you're ending up going through the Historic Preservation Board. And I think this would be for larger additions that are not visible from the right-of-way, that don't require the demolition of any significant portions of the home. So we think that will be helpful. There's a couple cleanup items. Number one, to be consistent with all of the other board notice requirements, we are recommending that the continued items not require an additional notice in the Miami Herald. They would require just the standard notice that's required for all of the other boards. And the last one under this topic is to include a procedure for historic designation removal. This was brought to our attention that we do not have a provision by Miami-Dade County. As a certified local government, we are under the umbrella of Miami-Dade County in terms of their historic preservation program. They do allow municipalities to have their own historic preservation programs, which we do here. However, any municipality would need to meet their minimum requirements that are outlined in the county's ordinance. One of the county's minimum requirements is to have a procedure to remove historic designation. So although we are in very good standing with both the county and the state, this was one area that we did not comply with. And we have proposed similar language to what the county has, which would say, the City Commission or Historic Preservation Board, as applicable, may amend or rescind any designation provided it complies with in the same manner and procedures used in the original designation. So basically, you would just do the entire process again to remove the designation as you did to designate. Finally, the committee looked at incentives. That was one of the charges of the committee and one of their tasks. There are several recommendations here. The first is to expand the ad valorem tax exemption program. So the city currently has an ad valorem tax exemption program, but only single-family home properties are eligible for this tax exemption. What it is, and it's consistent with Miami-Dade County's program, is it allows for a property owner to exempt up to 100% of the value of the increased building value after renovation and or small new additions are added to a property. So it's not exempting, the entire building value. It's not exempting the property value. It's exempting the additional value after work is completed. So if you renovate your home and the property appraiser, assesses your property at $100,000 more than it was before the renovations, that portion, the $100,000, would be exempted from your property taxes for a period of 10 years. The county currently offers that program for their portion of the taxes for any use of building. City of Miami Beach offers it currently only to single family. This would expand it to multifamily and commercial properties as well. The Committee also recommended that the city explore a transfer of development rights. This is not part of the ordinance. This is something that we discussed at the Commission Land Use Committee. And we advised the committee that we needed to perform a market study to determine how this would work. This is a much more complicated program than our tax exemption. And we've been directed to currently pursue that, so we are currently gathering more information for potentially exploring a transfer of development rights program. Another incentive, and we had an application earlier today, was to extend the existing single-family home zoning incentives that are offered to historic homes outside of historic districts and architecturally significant homes that are not designated. So this would be to expand these zoning incentives to the contributing buildings within historic districts. These are things like maintaining an existing setback. For the vast majority of the single-family properties we see here are asking for variances for setbacks. And they're simply trying to follow, the existing property setback. We allow that for many other homes in the city, and the idea would be to extend that to contributing buildings and single-family homes as an incentive. The only incentive that was not recommended be translated to contributing buildings would be the unit size. So currently, the allowable unit size is 50%. Outside of districts, if you're an architecturally significant home, you can get up to 60%. The committee did not feel comfortable extending that incentive to contributing buildings. So all of the incentives would apply except for an additional unit size incentive. And that is pretty much what the ordinances amend, with the exception of the TDR. So the TDR is not in this text amendment for the ordinances, but all of the other items I discussed have been included in this. This is currently scheduled to go to the commission at their May meeting. That's at the end of this month. And we would like to provide them with a recommendation of this board. And I know it's a lot. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Debbie, I was going to ask, especially regarding the transfer rights. Did you know whether they looked at Buoyant City, the Buoyant City guidelines that have been approved? Because it's extensively dealt with in that document.
Correct. We did, contemplate a lot of the Buoyant City, recommended incentives, and the transfer of development rights can be very successful. It can also not be successful. And what really in our research, what it came down to is there a market for a transfer of development rights program? And we are currently working with a consultant to do a market study to see, if there's real potential for that program, because it is a complex program. It does take a significant amount of management and oversight of a program like that. So, hopefully we'll get some more information to see if that's a viable option, and then that would come back if we move forward with that as a separate item.
I had a question about the administrative review expansion. You talked about minor public interior modifications, and I'm just trying to get an idea of what that encompasses. You said, like, for example, a small bar counter. So just to use a recent example, we had the Nautilus. So would that be administrative, or would that be before the board?
I think we would likely, and I don't think there was any demolition. So if there was demolition of any significant interior, it would not be included. We would likely be able to work with them administratively. That's probably the extreme. most of the, the interior modifications we see are not as significant as that. So I would have to look at that, but I don't believe they had any demolition of significant features. So we may have been able to approve that administratively if this was in effect.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay, so if there are no questions for Debbie, are we opening this to public comment? Yes, go ahead.
One other question. I like the idea of the incentives for historic preservation. Have we done any sort, you mentioned a consultant about some other things. Have we done any sort of analysis on how that affects our tax? I mean, selfishly, like when we do improvements on my building, we would now qualify, but from a tax perspective, what does that do for City of Miami Beach? If those buildings, could make improvements and then have ad valorem exemptions for 20 years, is that right?
It's for 10 years.
10, sorry.
We're gathering the information from Miami-Dade County because the county has received many applications over the years for Miami Beach properties, because their program for the county's portion allows that. So we're trying to kind of understand any potential fiscal impacts. From my experience with the single-family home program, which we do administer here, it's not a ton of money. I mean, part of me wishes it was more, but because it's based only on the increase in building value, it's not going to cover things like large new additions. It's repairing your building or even making significant upgrades to your building is not going to increase that building value tremendously, according to the tax appraiser. So from what I've seen, it's not a huge savings, but again, when you're restoring a historic building, anything helps. And it's hard to determine what, according to the property appraiser, what increases your building value. Does impact windows, for example, and this is a question I've asked, if you replace all your windows with impact windows, does that increase your taxable building value? I've gotten different answers from that question.
Sure. Okay, seeing no other comments, we have public comment.
Hello, I'm Ken Harrison Robbins. I'm a practicing lawyer. I've been involved with the historic preservation process in the city of Miami Beach, having worked with the commission for the drafting of the original historic preservation ordinances in the city of Miami Beach. I've been actively involved with representing both developers and opponents of developers over the years. I probably have presented or been participating in presentation of over 100 applications before the board, though I haven't been doing that as much. Recently, I am serving as a land consultant for property owners of well over $1 billion worth of property in Miami Beach. So I have a significant interest in preserving historic preservation in Miami Beach. I think this board has a unique view, or should have a unique view, of what's being proposed. This board should be protecting, and I'm sure wants to protect, its own jurisdiction and its own power. Up to now, other entities have been looking at what you should or should not do, how you should review projects, what's the criteria, and what should be the process for review. And I looked at this very carefully. I've spent probably 30 hours studying this, comparing it to the current format, comparing it and going back to many briefs that I wrote involving these issues. I'm going to need a few more minutes then than what's being proposed here. But I want to go over a couple things. I only have a couple suggestions. There's one, it's about design review criteria. And if you go to page 8 of the legislation, and it's design criteria M, which states, and this is being proposed to be removed from the criteria. I think it's prescient from what happened even earlier today. It says, one criteria would be any addition on a building site shall be designed, sited, and massed in a manner which is sensitive to and compatible with the existing improvements. That's being proposed to be removed. That doesn't make sense. In fact, in the projects I've been involved in on the litigation level, that is one of the key issues that we had to deal with, both before the board and in litigation, was whether or not the addition on a site is compatible with what's there on the site already. I do not understand why that particular criteria was removed. I think it's a very poignant criteria, and what concerns me is if it's removed, it's going to be a message that that's no longer a criteria for this board. And even though there might be ways of interpreting other sections, may I have another 2 minutes?
How much more time?
2 more minutes.
Okay.
Another section, even though there might be other sections you might try to apply, really this is the best section for explaining the need for compatibility when you put additions on the site. I think it's taking away your power. I think it's taking away the review process that's been effective for over 20 years. And this particular criteria has been applied for many projects and many times and many presentations over the years. The other criteria, and this is also about taking away your power and your authority. Right now, there is a threshold requirement, and it might be too low. I agree it might be too low, where any multifamily building, which is over 5,000 square feet, you have to get a traffic mitigation analysis, traffic analysis and mitigation plan. That might be too low. But to go all the way up to 50,000 feet, which is 50,000 feet could be a 75 unit building, and to say that's the criteria before you have to look at least do some of the traffic analysis, that seems to be way too high. And I think there needs to be you need to look at that number. And I think you need to protect your rights to look at that. This board, not deferring it to the planning board, not deferring it to anybody else. And if it's over 50,000, less than 50,000 square feet, but more than 5,000, no, very often no other board will review it. So there'll be no public airing of a determination as to whether or not the traffic issues have been properly addressed. So I think it's important for you to look at that number again and lower that threshold. Also, it lowers the threshold of commercial buildings, I believe from 15,000, it raises it from 15,000 to 50,000 square feet. Once again, that seems to be quite a bit of raising of a threshold, and I think you're going to lose your power by doing it. And may I have 30 more seconds?
Okay.
Under the city charter, there was a requirement that should a proposed regulation reduce the power of this board, it would have to go to a city referendum. Now, with the machinations that have occurred in the legislature, which have taken local control away, there's a question of whether or not this matter would have to go to referendum. But I don't think we need to go to referendum on this issue and protect it by referendum. I think this board should protect your own jurisdiction and have reasonable criteria, especially the right to look at traffic impact analysis, especially when those projects are not going before any other board. And it's the only way we can have public review on those issues. Thank you very much.
Mr. Robinsway, can I ask you a question? Were you representing yourself and your own opinions, or are you representing someone else here?
I am not representing anybody, because if I started talking to my clients, I'd have to then be retained by, they would do it, they would pay it, but then they'd be paying like 14 fees and the paperwork and everything else. It's just not worth it.
Yeah,
For
I'm
all
sure
of
you're
them.
worth
So
it.
I just went up here and I felt it was in the best interest of this board and everybody on this board and the public of the city of Miami Beach. I ran 6 referendum campaigns to keep FAR under control, 6 in the city, successfully. I ran the City of Miami Beach, Save Miami Beach campaign, the original referendum campaign. So I have a tremendous interest in this thing. And as everybody knows, I ran, Mayor Dermer, I was his campaign manager when he ran for office. So,
Wow.
I mean, I have a big political interest, but this is the interest of Miami Beach, historic preservation. I mean, I personally have owned historic properties. I don't own them anymore. I did sell them. But the Seymour Hotel, that was going to be demolished if I hadn't bought it. And I've helped so many of my friends work through this process, pro bono to be able to preserve their properties. So anyways, I'm doing this for the best interest of Miami Beach, not for any developer, not for any particular interested party.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Debbie, can you start, or
Yeah, if I
can you
could
address
just
these
respond.
three issues?
So the criteria, which is 2M, as in Mary, on page 8. Any addition on a building shall be designed, sited, and massed in a manner which is sensitive and compatible to the existing improvement. If you go to page 7, and you look at criteria D,
Right,
it's the same thing.
right. That's what I was.
So part of
You don't
this,
think they're the same
again, you know, I'm happy to, you know, go through these one by one, is because the sheer number of these criteria can create some perception issues with how we treat historic preservation in Miami Beach. I thought removing redundant criteria was beneficial.
See, I disagree with you.
Wait, 1 second. Let me do the
If
board
I
thing.
could just read, then
Yeah.
D, in conjunction with 2, the examination of architectural drawings for consistency with the criteria stated below with regard to aesthetics, appearances, compatibility, safety, and function of any new or existing structure, public interior space, and physical attributes of the project in relation to the site, adjacent structures and properties, and surrounding community. The Historic Preservation Board and the Planning Department shall review plans based on the criteria stated below, et cetera, et cetera. D, the proposed structure or additions to an existing structure are appropriate to and compatible with the environment and adjacent structures and enhances the appearance of surrounding properties or the purpose for which the district is created. Criteria M says any addition on a building site shall be designed, sited, and massed in a manner which is sensitive to and compatible with the existing improvements. So, in my opinion, these are redundant.
So respectfully, I would disagree. Because I think M kind of further I do. Nick looking at me funny. Because M narrows in on specifically on the site and the existing improvements on that site, as opposed to adjacent structures, which could be your neighboring property or whatever, you know.
So I mean, I think the appropriate thing to do, and I'm sorry to interrupt, would just be to amend D.
Well, that's was going to be my suggestion, is to take portions of M and incorporate it into D. That would be my suggestion rather than, if you think they're redundant to have them in 2 different places, maybe it's better to have them consolidated into one. But to say that they say the same thing, if I were up here arguing, I might say that they're different. And I understand where he's coming from, that someone might think that we've eliminated that. Now, if I were doing the research on it, I would say look at the legislative history and what the discussion was and the discussion we're having now. I think that there, you know, a consideration of making sure that it is designed, sited, and massed in a manner that's sensitive to and compatible with existing improvements, you know, on the site or something to that effect. You know, incorporate that into D if that serves the same purpose. I'm getting funny looks from our city attorney. So Nick,
because I think that D, adjacent structures, is without regard to which property it's on, right, Debbie? I mean, I think that was the thought of the committee.
Right, and that is how we treat the criteria. We, you know, when we're reviewing it, adjacent, compatible with the environment and adjacent structures is all structures.
Yeah.
And the neighborhood. But we could certainly put existing improvements.
Yeah, I think it's, I mean,
in
I agree
there.
that it's structures. What I'm talking about is, to me, I read one as compatible with, if you will, neighboring properties. It doesn't explicitly say that, but neighboring properties, the neighborhood, et cetera. And then M, to me, speaks specifically to this site. So, for example, today we had, you know, the accessory unit that was presented, right? And so is that, you know, setting aside the neighboring properties, just looking at that site in a vacuum, is it designed, sited, and massed in a manner which is sensitive to the existing improvement on that site? And then, taking a step back, is it appropriate and compatible with the environment and adjacent structures, which would be our neighboring objector, right? So it's 2 different, I agree, you're looking at it, we're not looking at it in a vacuum, but to me, that's what these 2 different provisions address. That's my thought process.
I kind of feel that that D is an umbrella that covers M, and M is more specific. It's not clear what existing improvements mean. You know, it could be an improvement to the driveway, to the whatever, and so it's more specific because it says design, which is this building site is more specific than the building environment and its adjacent structures. So I kind of see D as being an umbrella that includes M. They're not the same, but one interprets the entirety of what the other one contains.
I think M refines D, if you will.
It's more specific, but also more ambiguous. Because what are existing improvements? I mean, it's more specific because it says building site rather than environment, but it says existing improvements rather than the building itself. When you're talking about a structure, you're talking about the structure as it exists, the improvements that have been made on it, either over time historically or being proposed to be made on it currently. And then that, I think, is probably the thinking why this was redundant, not because it's a repeat, but because it's a subset of another proposal. So.
But perhaps from a legislative standpoint, if we were to bring them together, it would.
Yeah, I don't mind. Are we at a point where this can be wordsmithed a bit, or are we not at that point?
We can certainly make those recommendations
And
to the
then
mayor
does it have to go back to
commission.
planning for approval?
No.
No, okay. I mean, I don't see it as being, I didn't read it as being necessary to understand. I didn't think it provided that much more, any structure that didn't already exist in D. I didn't think M offered anything more. I thought it offered more specifics, which would be covered in D. But perhaps to clarify, since there's some ambiguity, that could be, D could be modified to include proposed structure, building site or additions, or additions to an existing structure or building site, and then blah 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 blah, and then to enhance the appearance.
I guess I go back to, I mean, I read D, it says, or the purposes for this district was created. Like D is the neighbor, like everybody, the bigger picture, right?
It's proposed structure, so that's it. That's the project.
No, the proposed structure or additions.
Or addition, so
Right,
it
but there
expands from the project itself out. That's what I see is happening here, and that's why it covers M, which is just that's building site.
Yes, I guess my point is that this seems to talk about how the project as proposed interacts with the entire neighborhood. And then this talks about how whatever change within the project itself interacts with existing structures on that site. That's to me the distinction. And I mean,
And if I could just also point out, and you can see maybe why this is necessary
weren't on
now
this
to
committee.
go through. We also have the Secretary of Interior standards. Those are staying in. And we have a standard that says new additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction shall not destroy historic materials that characterize, oh wait, is that the, hold on.
You don't want the jacket?
Yes. New work shall be differentiated from the old and shall be compatible with the massing, size, scale, and architectural features to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. So that's also very similar to these. The Secretary of Interior standards are 10. Those are remaining here. Those are kind of the gold standard. So I do think that also covers some of this.
Okay. So let's go through the other two too. I think maybe there could be some wordsmithing there.
Okay.
But it's hard for me to find the words the phrases that you take from M and put in D that would strengthen D. That's what I'm looking for. And maybe that's something, Lindsay, you have in mind.
Lindsay, are you focused on in M references the existing improvements? Is that something that you are proposing,
Again, for me,
yeah.
M seems to address how changes, a project coming before us, especially an addition, interacts with the buildings on that, like whatever exists on that site, right? On that piece of property versus how the project, the entire project interacts with the neighborhood at large and the district at large. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. So I'm
Okay.
just thinking, is it a clarification to looking at D? Is what you're saying a clarification to what is adjacent structures?
I think if you look at J on page 8, any proposed new structure shall have an orientation and massing which is sensitive and compatible with the building site and surrounding area, and which creates or maintains important view corridors. So I think, that also is similar. Because that's specific to the building site. So I think if you take J and D together, plus the Secretary of Interior
and maybe it's-
standards, I do think we're covered. But I'm happy to, incorporate any recommendations.
I mean, maybe it's any new proposed structure or addition on a building site, right? Because one is talking, again, what's the definition of addition? And I don't think doesn't appear to be a defined term, at least looking at this.
Lindsay, is your question whether additions to an existing structure includes like a ground level addition?
I'm sorry, say that again?
In D, it says the proposed structure, comma, or additions to an existing structure.
That's right, that's what that said. And then, again, to me, D talks about how the project exists in the context of the district, the neighborhood, etc., right? As opposed to looking at the site itself and how things are massed, oriented, situated on the site. And I agree with Debbie that J does seem to address some of that, and so perhaps J and M are the better combination rather than M and D.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Well,
Because
they both are future-looking. J is talking about what a new structure shall have, and M is talking about what a building site shall
yeah,
be.
yeah. So any new proposed structure or any addition on a building site, shall have an orientation and massing and shall be designed and sited in a manner which is sensitive and compatible. There we go.
They both say compatible.
No. Yeah, they do. They both do.
Yeah.
But I was just saying.
Yeah.
So any new proposed structure
And building.
or addition on a building site
Addition is already, okay.
shall have an orientation and massing and shall be designed and sited.
Do you mean addition to an existing structure?
Well, so again, J is a proposed new structure, and M is any addition on a building site. Yeah,
Which
so I mean,
presumably would be a new structure.
well, is it that,
An
or is it
addition,
or
if
is it an
it's being
addition
added.
to an existing building?
Well, the addition itself is what we're talking about, and the addition is a new structure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an addition.
Okay.
It would be the structure.
Fair. I mean, but my question is, well, I mean, if you do an addition on your house,
It's a new thing. That's why it's
That's
called an addition, an add-on. I'm not sure we have to do, I'm not sure this helps the board strengthen. I think I think it's
well, I guess
maybe there's a simple way to include it, just
Just leave it alone. Just leave it as it is.
yeah.
The point is, it gives it the focus and on that particular problem.
Oh, you mean leave M in?
Yeah, leave it in. And it gives it the focus, so, that question.
How does the focus differ
Because
from anything else
look how
that we've been-
ambiguous this is. Look how complicated it is. Just trying to structure it. You guys are experts who do this all the time. I mean, review the design review criteria, and you're having trouble even articulating how to do it. If you can't articulate it easily, then there's a problem with being able to apply it.
But we're trying to
So you
articulate
just-
how to include what's missing, what M is providing
It's-
what the lack is.
It's a
Why leave it in?
site-specific, as pointed out by Ms. Lovell, it's a site-specific analysis as against a neighborhood analysis. And you're looking at another, does it work within the
But
site
J is a
itself?
site-specific analysis too. Exactly the same
right.
thing.
Yes,
Why
it's a-
doesn't J cover it?
And
Between J
surrounding, but
and
it's,
D.
and the surrounding, looking at surrounding it, but then you have to go back, so you look, is it compatible with the neighborhood? Then you look at, is it compatible with the
With the
adjoining
building,
properties?
the
Then you
building
look, is
site.
it compatible with the buildings on the site itself?
Right,
So
that's-
there's different
but
layers
that's what
of
J
analysis.
says. J says that already.
Mr. Chairman, I think that the
Yes.
language in D is, I hear what everyone's saying, but I think the language in D is really the broadest by saying the proposed structure or additions to an existing structure are appropriate to and compatible with the environment and adjacent structures. Adjacent structures means on the site or not.
Yeah, and if you look at the heading under number 2, which all of these are under number 2, it talks about, consistency with regard to aesthetics, appearances, compatibility, safety, and function of any new or existing structure.
Yes, I find it very hard to discern anything in M that isn't covered elsewhere. M seems kind of, to my mind, and it doesn't seem like a withdrawal of power. It's just, it's already there.
It's gonna be, I know how it works, and you're gonna see some
And
major
if I
developers
could
next
just
month
go-
saying, no, that criteria, that specific criteria internally in one site has been removed. And I know it because I've actually,
But if
I
you
made
look
arguments,
at,
oral arguments.
if you look at number 2, it says, in relation to the site, adjacent structures and properties, and surrounding community.
Right.
All
I don't
of
think that's the
these
way to
require compliance with number 2. The goal,
But then it limits itself by saying, these criteria referenced above are as follows, and then it defines it and limits it to those particular criteria, if you read it. So the problem is it's there, and now it's going to be removed, and I hopefully we'll be able to figure out a way that we can include it and make it very clear that that site-specific analysis has to be done. I don't have any objection. I'm just bringing out this problem. I don't have any objection adding it to one criteria or another. But I know how the developers are now going to do. They're going to take advantage of it. And I know they'll come in there and with their lawyers, and they're going to say, this criteria, this site-specific analysis was removed by this board. The city made a conscious effort to take this out. And whatever, they'll say it's been overregulated, it's been inappropriately handled. I mean, you will see it.
People say a lot of things about a lot of things.
I know, but
I'm
I'm
just
trying
saying,
to prevent that from
it's,
happening.
but if
I know
really
how it works.
the evaluation, but we can put anybody who's interested in site specificity, we can point to J. And we can say, there it is, this building site. It is not only in M. M, every piece of M is located someplace else. M has nothing unique in it, which is probably why it was taken out as being redundant. Now, obviously, the act of taking anything out of anything can be critiqued.
and the goal of this exercise and the direction the committee was given by the commission was to streamline.
Yeah.
Because again, we have been facing some real challenges with higher authorities preempting us. I don't think there's a single person who works for the city or who sits on a committee that is happy about that. So the goal here was to streamline, clarify, make the process more transparent, because we're going through these criteria, and imagine a layperson or a property owner. It is confusing because they do sound the same or mean the same thing, and I think when comparing our list of criteria to other highly reputable historic communities throughout the country, including, Charleston, Savannah, New York City, Washington, D.C., ours were extensive. I mean, I'm saying maybe 3 to 4 times more review criteria than other communities. So I think, we need to be cognizant of the image of historic preservation in the city, all of the incredible historic preservation work that the city has done over the past, 4 to 5 decades shouldn't be overshadowed in bureaucracy.
Right.
And I think that was one of the goals.
I think this is a pretty, I think this is a pretty good, a good example of something that can be eliminated without eliminating content, but can streamline this document. There are other things that, that Mr. Robbins pointed out that I was also interested in kind of following up with you that seem, like for example, the 50,000 square foot recommendation is being too high.
So this recommendation came directly from the committee. We had flagged it as an ongoing concern of applicants. And the committee looked at the regulations. We currently have a 50,000 square foot threshold for commercial districts for neighborhood impact type establishments that require planning board review. So that has been the threshold the city has used for higher impact developments, is a 50,000 gross square foot requirement. The planning board does not review, for example, 50,000 square foot projects in multifamily districts. But if it's going to cause the traffic impact in a commercial district and operational impacts in commercial districts, it's going to cause the same type of impacts in multifamily districts. So this would capture all of that. I didn't have a number to recommend, but because this is consistent with the higher threshold type projects that we send for additional reviews in general, I did not have an issue with the 50,000 square feet. But it's something that does add significant time and cost for applicants. It is something that is looked at during the actual building permit review process. We do have a transportation department here that reviews these types of impacts when the project is much further along. It's really, up to this board to determine if you think a lower threshold is better. It's something that a lot of work is done before this hearing with transportation and an outside consultant. So the city does have an outside consultant look at all of these transportation analysis. It's not something that can be used to deny a project, for example. So if a project is going to have a traffic impact, that's not a basis for this board to deny an application. And I think that's because I think there's a lot of misperception out there that, if it's going to increase traffic, so this board can deny the project. That's actually legally not the case. So it did seem, at least in some instances, that it may be creating unnecessary bureaucracy and delays for certain applicants. Not to say that traffic analysis is completely ignored throughout the entire process, because it is looked at during the permitting.
I think the real concern is the traffic circulation analysis. When people pull out buildings, which way they go, and things of that nature, how is everything regulated? And that's really, I don't think you need a full-blown traffic study on it, but there's parts of that are very helpful, because there's no scientific analysis being presented to figure out how to address those issues. And, somebody building 25,000 square foot home, multifamily building with, 40 units, they're not going to be looking at that, and they don't have the expertise. And then it's dropped on the lap of who? The city doesn't have a review process, so that analysis is never done, and then you have more problems. I agree that a full-blown traffic study, tens of thousands of dollars may not be appropriate.
Right.
But, there's something, because, I've seen this board get frustrated. And I'm not talking about, of course, we don't have regulatory power to stop something just because it adds cars. But certainly should have ability to handle things that are impacting the neighborhood and impacting, you know, the driveways and the walkways, the pedestrian traffic and things of that nature that could be actually affected by the design of the building. So I think there needs to be some type of review process, especially when most of these buildings, when it's under 50,000 square feet, it's not even going to go before the planning board. So there's no means for the public to address the issue and to bring that issue to your, you know, to your attention. And it's those neighbors that are being actually impacted, and they're the ones that are going to speak up. And then once it's approved, what happens? They're stuck with it, and that's not fair.
Thank you. You guys still working on language for the previous one? Previous one? Which one? For this, for transportation?
No, for the previous one, but I put something together. I
Okay.
can read it if,
Okay.
it's up to you guys.
Sure.
Okay, so since we're discussing perhaps J could be modified to incorporate the things
Okay.
that at least I thought were missing or eliminated when we lost M. And I also got rid of some nominalizations, but that's neither here nor there. Any proposed new structure or addition on a building site shall be oriented, designed, sited, and massed in a manner which is sensitive to and compatible with with existing improvements, comma, the building site, comma, and surrounding area, comma, and which creates or maintains important view corridors.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that word is the key, if I may. The word designed, taken out of M and placed into J. And the reason is, as an example, let's say I build a two-story addition. I can mass it, I can orient it in such a way. But if I don't place any windows, if you will, which is part of the design, then I'm just creating a blank wall, which my neighbor may have to stare into, or anybody from the street. And I think that's the operative word. I'm not an attorney, but to me, that's what it sounds like, the designed portion in M, if we're going to join J and M.
Yeah, so I agree. I also think that, I mean, there's probably an argument that orientation and siding, I mean, they're different to me, but so that's why I included them all. And to me, clearly, at some point, for some reason, they used the phrase new structure and addition, and they didn't necessarily use them interchangeably. Now, whether they meant them interchangeably when originally drafting this or not, I can't say. But to the extent that there's a distinction between a new structure and an addition, that's why I incorporated them both in the language.
I'm fine with what you proposed. I do think it's redundant in and of itself, but it's not adding another, it's taking away M, which I think, you know, I think anything that's proposed is a design that's being proposed. Like otherwise they wouldn't propose it. There'd be nothing there. I mean, if there hadn't been designed with or without windows. So that was my thinking. But if we want to go in that route, I am fine with it. Yeah. No, it's good. Thank you for the wordsmithing. Now back to the what? Transportation. Yeah, Debbie, I wanted to just ask you about that. Like, or did you have something you want to say about
I just had
transportation?
a question because I'm trying to picture in my head. Give me an example of like 15,000 feet versus 40,000 square feet.
Oh, you do? Okay. Okay.
Wait,
Yes.
do we need?
We still have 4. Okay.
Do we need 5 though?
Do we need 5 to move this forward?
No, this is just going to be a recommendation.
And so it can just be
You
4?
only need 4. 4 is a quorum. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. You were
I was
asking
just
a
trying to
question?
come
Oh,
up with an example.
For example, would the project that we in North Beach that we saw
Right, so
today-
that was probably 15,000
Okay.
new square feet.
Right.
And then 50,000.
Would be,
I'm trying to make a frame of reference. That's all.
Would the hotel be 50,000? I think it was 60,000, something like that.
which hotel?
The
21st Street.
Yeah, 21st Street. The
Siegel. See?
It used to be yeah,
See something.
Seagull? No.
Seagull, right?
Yeah.
That would be large, yeah,
Like
much
60.
larger than 15,000.
Much larger than 50? Okay.
Seagull Hotel's 120.
120?
Oh,
Okay.
here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so half that size.
Well, do you think that are projects that would impact that would benefit? I think part of what Mr. Robbins brought up was that the analysis and plan shall at a minimum provide the following. It goes through these 4 things, which are quite onerous, which are a lot.
Right, and the board does have in our criteria, vehicular circulation, pedestrian circulation as part of the review criteria. What this would streamline is the steps before you get to the board, which is probably, again, a month to 2 to 3 months beforehand, working with transportation and their peer reviewer to get things approved. So this board would still retain those criteria to look at general circulation, both vehicular and pedestrian circulation within the site.
So maybe my question is, I think is it Kimley Horn that does the office time so if an applicant comes before us and has a building that's smaller than 50,000 square feet, but clearly it's going to have some sort of impact on traffic, I think so we still have the ability to ask them those questions and expect those things and analyze it based upon that. But if they've not done the work in advance, how do we do that? Or is that going to be, I guess the question is staff going to say, this is going to be a concern, you should perhaps look into this, but it's not a requirement at this point? That's kind of my question, right?
Yeah, during the site plan review process, in the initial meetings with staff, we comment on, circulation and both pedestrian and vehicular circulation when reviewing projects. We have, minimum criteria for parking areas and turnaround radius and loading and those types of things. So we're looking at that and identifying any major issues that we see, and certainly we would bring those to the board's attention. This would eliminate that formal process of the submitting the methodology, having a peer review team look at this, and then the back and forth with our transportation department, our peer reviewer, and the applicant's traffic consultant.
I guess, with all due respect to our resident who called in earlier, I drive by New Tower on 5th and Alton every single day, who way bigger than 50,000 square feet, definitely had to go through this process in advance. And every single day, there are trucks in the way, they're parked in the right of way, it's problematic. And they've gone through that process, right? So, that's kind of, I don't know. Even when they've gone through that process, we still run into issues. And so, I guess the lift associated with it for a smaller scale development is, I guess that's probably the reasoning.
Right. Yeah, I think so. That's just too big, too much for the building, say in North Beach that we saw today, to go through that whole thing.
Yeah.
To put 6 parked cars on the site, and which would be I think what Mr. Robbins was kind of suggesting was in the range of buildings that were not being captured anymore, their impact wasn't being explored anymore. Yeah, I don't know. You do? You see the point of what, the 50,000?
Right. I see the point of 50,000 when we're talking about, just again, for frame of reference, the hotel that came before us today is 120, so half of that is 60. Yeah. That's a big project, but it's not that big. But I can also understand the lift of a much smaller project, which, 15,000 square feet, 4 units, the lift of going through that process formally in advance of even getting to this board. And then, like I said, I kind of, as color to the color to the discussion is that, you know, I see ones who've gone through that formal process, who could carry the lift, and we still have issues.
So this is the thing. If they don't consider it before they build, and they miss it, and you don't have a professional traffic person looking at it, and they build it out, you're stuck.
Is that a possibility, Debbie? Like, nobody would say, have you been thinking about transportation?
You hope they're not, but there's no formality. And the formality.
Right. No, but I'm wondering, in the other stages of the process, are there other reviews?
So the onus would be on staff to say, you have to look at this, and this board to then make sure that it happened, assuming it comes before us, yes?
You wouldn't be able to if it was less than 50,000 square feet, really.
I mean, during the permit review process, all of that comes up.
Even for smaller projects than 50,000. Under this new.
I mean, I think if we have an issue flagged, for example, if there's, you know, loading issues or parking, circulation issues, I mean, we have very clear standards for, you know, driveway widths and curb cuts and all of those.
What's the square footage, do we recall, of the project that we recently looked at on Washington, the combined development?
That's well over 50,000.
That's well over 50.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just know we had a lot of discussion about how they were handling their loading and this, that, and the other.
Right, I mean, that's well over 50,000, yeah.
And they added residential in here. I mean, they're going to be for multifamily, I guess, to include multifamily.
I think it's primarily the circulation analysis that has to be done. And I'm not saying that Debbie doesn't do a great job and the staff doesn't. We have a really great staff, but that's not the question. Things are missed. And without having a public coming out there and looking at it, it's unfortunate, but then it's the same public that's going to get stuck with it. So if there could be some type of, even not formal, but a circulation analysis or something that has to be done to address these issues, and even if it's a civil engineer, not a traffic engineer, somebody to make that analysis to make certain all those problems are looked at least. I'm not expecting perfection, but just to get it out there. That's just a suggestion. I'm thinking that, I'm just thinking that 50,000 might be way much higher, because then nobody's formally looking at it.
Well, I don't know. I'm if you're comfortable with the 50,000 as a that we try that. I mean, what do we do? Then we.
Well, I mean, it's amendment. It's an amendment.
It's an amendment.
We're amending the code, so I mean, it's not just we're going to try it and see how it works.
But we can promote. I know it's not like a trial period, but I don't know when the code was last amended, but maybe it was
A long time ago.
a long time ago. That's the problem. I just don't know where to pick a number. I don't know how to pick a number out of a hat.
Is there some middle ground for the 15,000 to 50,000 that's not a full peer-reviewed transportation? And is there something, a lesser scope that could be done? I don't know enough about this to speak to what could or couldn't be done.
Let me ask like that question, maybe a slightly different way. Of the 4 things that you have to do that are all required, is there one that could just be required if you're between 5 and 50, or like so that it's a lighter load, like either the details of the impact of, or strategies to mitigate, or could 1 and 2 be required if you're between 5 and I'm on page 7 of 7. Yeah, 1 and 2 be required if you're between 5,000 and 50,000, and all are required if you're above 50,000, or does that make any sense at all?
I would want to consult with our transportation department,
Yeah.
who has much more experience with the submittal of these studies. you know, to see if there's something that they would feel comfortable, you know,
Yeah.
recommending.
And have you found that projects that are over 5,000 but just over 5,000 have trouble with this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's really a bottleneck that we have to
Yes,
address.
it is a
like,
bottleneck.
quickly.
No doubt, it's a bottleneck.
I imagine I mean, it can't be inexpensive, anything,
No,
so.
it can't be. So I'd rather keep the higher, I'd rather have it be, somehow the language be in there that, you know, maybe it's while transportation analysis and mitigation plans are recommended for every applicant, you know, commercial, residential misuse developments over 50,000. So there's something in there that says it's not that we don't value this, that we're expecting this to be somehow addressed. You know, is this one in this document, the Rick Lopez document? Yeah, it starts off that, yeah, the 7 of 7, the last page, 7 of 7. You don't have that? Okay. Maybe something in the language of the top part. Am I reading the draft correctly, or is that not the draft? Is this just the? This is Rick's memo, but it's not the.
But that's consistent with how it is in the ordinance text.
Could it be that, you know, I think the point is that we want to emphasize that transportation's important to projects of any scale. And that it's not that this means you don't have to think about it if you're less than 50,000.
Well, and I think that's why it's in your criteria, and it's in, you know,
Okay.
staff criteria too. So when we meet with an applicant and there can be an issue, it's still information that can be requested.
Right. So it's at any scale.
Yes,
Sorry,
at
yeah.
any scale,
All
for
right.
any project.
So I mean, and that's what I was gonna suggest, but it sounds like it's there, is that, you know, projects between 5 and 50, you know, 5 and 49,999, you know, can be required, you know, should staff require, you know, something to that effect. And I don't know if it needs to be,
Can you point to as per, like the line that notes that transportation will be reviewed? Where is that in the
That's in your criteria.
criteria?
Is it, which one is it? On page 7? F, pedestrian and vehicular traffic movement within and adjacent to the site shall be reviewed to ensure that clearly defined segregated pedestrian access to the site and all buildings is provided for, and that any driveways and parking spaces are usable, safely and conveniently arranged, and have minimal impact on pedestrian circulation throughout the site. Access to the site from adjacent roads shall be designed so as to interfere as little as possible with vehicular traffic flow on these roads and pedestrian movement onto and within the site, as well as permit both pedestrians and vehicles a safe ingress and egress to the site.
Should we be adding bicycles to that? Because, I mean, several years ago, the city made the bold statement, pedestrians were first, bicycles were second, cars were third. And we're not talking about that at all.
Oh, vehicular does not include bicycles.
I have an idea on how this can be solved. I got it.
Okay.
I think that do the 50,000 to start with, but to reserve the discretion of the board, should it identify significant traffic issues, to be able to order a plan for any project over 20,000 or anything, for any project. So if there's a problem and it's addressed and identified, then this board would have the authority to ask for such a plan.
And wouldn't we already be able to do that based on F?
so,
No, I don't think you could compel them to do it. I don't
No?
think you'd say, we're not going to approve it unless you do
unless
it.
you do.
So-
So here's my
Thank you.
concern. I agree, so I tend to agree, but my concern is if if the information isn't available when they come before us, how, like, that means come back once you have that information?
Yeah, the board does have authority to request additional studies from applicants in general, by the way. It doesn't, not limited to traffic. I would recommend that whatever standard is going to apply, it needs to be clear and measurable.
I agree, and that's right. Obviously, if staff foresees an issue, I think that they would make a recommendation. What I don't want us to get into, and I think what we may have seen in the past, right, is that someone comes before us and we're like, not quite come back, not quite come back, not quite come back, because then that has the practical effect of causing other issues. And so on one hand, it's eliminating the lift, the requirement of the lift, right, of the transportation study, and saying, we're not going to require this of you up front, but also know that if you come before the board, you know, they may be asking for that. Now, again, typically I think staff is very good at identifying that and will identify that. I have no doubt that, you know, Debbie and Jake would do that. But also sometimes we don't agree with staff. It's rare, but it happens. And if they come before us, you know, and I'm not a traffic expert. So, or, you know, circulation. So, you know, without the information provided, I guess that doesn't preclude someone from providing it to demonstrate, like, on their own, to demonstrate that they satisfy that.
I'm pretty confident that we could do what Mr. Robbins recommends in situations in which it's needed, and that's our discretion, as you said, Nick. And then we could leave this with the 50,000 to make sure that we don't hit people with, you know, these traffic and transportation analyses who don't need to be doing them. Okay, we got one. Hey, you okay with that?
Yes,
Yes.
we do have another speaker on Zoom.
Okay.
Oh, wait, he just put his hand down.
Okay.
John, are you there? Okay, I think he just left.
Okay, probably a wise move. Anyway, okay, so there was a third thing that Mr. Robbins discussed, and that was, what was that?
This was the referendum.
Yeah.
So the city charter requires that prior to any amendment to the land development regulations that either reduces the powers and duties of the Historic Preservation Board or adopts a less stringent historic preservation standard, that a referendum is required. State law was amended within the past couple of years. I believe it was in 2023, to broadly prohibit any referendum or initiative process that relates to a land development regulation. So any amendment to the historic preservation ordinance that adopts a less stringent standard would no longer require a referendum.
Right.
Could no longer require the city is now prohibited
Right.
from calling a referendum.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much done. All right, well, I think we've belabored this. Anything else you guys want to add from the quieter part of the end of the board? All right.
So we need a consolidated recommendation would be good.
So, do we make a motion for a recommendation?
Sure.
All right. Well, before
There's a
I make
staff
a motion,
report,
can I ask
so-
a question?
Yeah.
This is a soft straw poll, I guess. Are my fellow board members amenable to the modifications I recommended as to the site massing, orientation, design, et cetera, et cetera? Okay. I'll hand that over to you when I get done, if that's
Just-
okay.
Yes, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, before you do that, if there are some, like there are problems with the numbering on the document, we don't do that now, we don't,
They'll figure it out.
they'll
I'm
figure it
sure.
out. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
So then I would make a recommendation to support the final report and recommendation of the 2024 Ad hoc Historic Preservation Ordinance Advisory Review Committee with the limited change to incorporate some of the removed provisions from 2M into 2J. And I will provide, I can
Do you
read
want to
them?
read it?
Can you read it?
I will
Just
read it in,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So we would suggest that 2J say any proposed new structure or addition on a building site be oriented, comma, designed, comma, sited, comma, and masked in a manner which is sensitive to and compatible with existing improvements, comma, the building site, comma, and surrounding area, comma, and which creates or maintains important view corridors. I'm okay with general wordsmithing of that or elimination of commas if I got too many. I like the Oxford comma, so. And were there any other changes to the report and recommendation that we wanted to incorporate? That was it? So with that change, we would, that would be my motion. We would support the committee's report and recommendation with that minor suggested revision.
Got a second?
Second, okay.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great, thank you very much. We have one last item. This is another proposed ordinance that will impact, as currently drafted, the Historic Preservation Board's review authority. So this is an ordinance and a comprehensive plan amendment to incentivize the development of buildings for school use. So this is specific to schools. This was reviewed by the planning board at their May meeting. Basically, the planning board did recommend approval with a modification. So let me just summarize what the ordinance, again, to incentivize school uses, and this is citywide, but citywide would also impact projects under the board's jurisdiction. So the construction of new eligible educational facilities would be subject to staff level review, both within historic districts and outside of historic districts, as long as new construction did not exceed 25,000 square feet of new floor area, or the maximum allowed, whichever is less. The building height may not exceed 50 feet, or the maximum allowable height, whichever is less. Currently, a project proposed with these thresholds would require either review by the Historic Preservation Board or the Design Review Board, depending whose jurisdiction it was in. So that is this significant change in this proposed ordinance that impacts this board's review authority. Other incentives that are included in this, just for your information, are that eligible educational facilities may request a commission warrant to increase FAR up to 10% or not to exceed 5,000 additional square feet. Educational facilities could also seek warrants for a 50% reduction in setbacks, open space, and lot coverage. Currently, all projects can seek a commission warrant for up to a 25% reduction in these. In commercial and high-intensity districts, conditional use approval would not be required for facilities that do not exceed 50,000 square feet. There would also be a elimination of parking requirements for school use. That's a basic summary of the incentives contained within this ordinance. Again, what we're looking for here, because this does impact the board's authority for review, is a recommendation to the mayor and city commission with regard to that specific element, but you're welcome to discuss the entirety of the ordinance. As the city, I think, part of this is, as the city is really working to transition and have a more balanced economy, balancing residential and tourism. It seems, over the past 10 years or so, we've had a significant increase in tourism. As we're looking to incentivize residential development throughout the city, one of the amenities that a lot of people look to when they're deciding which community to live in is schools. And there is a desire to enhance the selection and the opportunities for different types of schools for people, either existing residents or people looking to move here. And this would be helpful in incentivizing that.
Debbie, remember we had, well over a year ago, the school that came before us on Washington Avenue between 2nd and 3rd or whatever. How would this have affected that? Because he went through a lot of hoopla with setbacks and everything else, and
Correct. So
was
that,
required for
yeah,
schools.
that project was reviewed several times by this board and also the planning board, because that, school use in general, requires a conditional use approval. So this would have streamlined that process. That would have met those thresholds in terms of the height and the square footage, and could have been reviewed administratively. Now, I will say to that point, during the planning board's review a couple weeks ago of this ordinance, the planning board, supported the ordinance and issued a favorable recommendation, but with an additional recommendation that the conditional use process remain for all schools that are currently required to obtain a conditional use approval. So as drafted, the proposed ordinance would eliminate that, but the planning board's recommendation was to keep their review for conditional use in.
And I think we would do the same thing.
But the planning board is the one that evaluates conditional use applications. So they wanted to keep their review of projects.
But we would have to add that in. Did we agree to that, right?
Is that something that's in here that's part of this
Well,
process?
for this board, the biggest change would be to not require historic preservation board review for projects that met a maximum threshold. So for example, a 25,000 square foot new school that did not exceed 50 feet in height would not require historic preservation board approval, but would be reviewed administratively in accordance with the certificate of appropriateness criteria. This would not include, and I think this is very important, this would not include demolition. Any demolition under this, the way it's drafted, would continue to require the review and approval of the Historic Preservation Board.
But when we would when we would review the demolition application, we would not see it would not come back to us with what they were going to propose on the site.
Correct.
And
We would have no control over what was being built within a historic district?
correct.
No, I don't think that's a good idea. Okay.
And schools like a class of type of amenities for communities that include other things? Like, go ahead.
One kind of, and I'm sure this probably is defined, Mr. City Attorney, somewhere. What uses this applies to?
Could
Like,
be a
what is
language
defined as
school.
a school use? Is it FIU? Is it elementary schools? Is it any sort of educational use?
I think it's any. Yeah.
Any that's a bona fide school, that's either a public school or a 501 nonprofit school. It wouldn't be, for example, a cooking school that was a for-profit cooking school
be-
or a massage school, or, there's other schools that are for-profit entities that aren't necessarily under the legitimate IRS classification of school.
And
To your point, it would be, elementary school, high school, university, that would all be covered under this, yes.
yeah, well, I can see other public amenities, if this passes, other public amenities coming under this too, which could police departments, fire departments, it could be other things. I mean, I'm just saying that I'm not sure where this begins and ends. And how did this come to pass? How did this origin?
I don't have a lot of background. I do know, this was Commissioner David Suarez sponsored this, and I think the desire is to, as part of our ongoing efforts to really incentivize more permanent residential. We do have residential, right? But we have a lot of seasonal residential, and in a lot of these new luxury buildings are not full-time residents with families. So I think the idea was, while we're trying to incentivize stable, long-term residential and diversify our housing stock, to offer, incentives for amenities that, again, people moving here may want to see more of.
A daycare school, something like that?
I mean, a preschool is certainly part of this. A daycare, I think, daycare would be a separate non-school use.
Early childhood education center? Early childhood education center?
That
would
would
fall under it? And this says Commissioner Fernandez, it's not his item?
I believed it was David Suarez.
It
It says David Suarez was a co-sponsor.
Yeah, it says April 3rd at the request of Commissioner
Okay,
Fernandez.
so I apologize.
No, it's fine, I'm just trying to sort it out. And then Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez referred to the planning board. Have we had instances of schools wanting to come to Miami Beach?
We have.
And and then didn't because they thought it was too onerous that we know of. I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. And is the incentive just that they don't have to come before? I mean, they're getting FAR.
Generally, the incentives would be a streamlined review process without necessarily the requirement to come to the Historic Preservation Board, Design Review Board, or Planning Board, a reduction or actually an elimination of the parking requirements, and some enhanced incentives where they could request a minimal amount of additional square footage from the City Commission.
So, I mean, and I don't even know my thought process would be, I like the idea of incentivizing it, but I don't know that within the historic districts, at least that obviously the commission can overrule me or overrule us, right? But that I still think that there should be, board oversight, and it's less about board oversight to me and more about public oversight, right? That's the benefit of the board meetings. It's less about, in our last item, we had Mr. Robbins in front of us talking about, the board should retain control, this, that, and the other. To me, it's less about that, and it's always been about the board is an opportunity for the public to know what's going on and know what's happening, right?
Absolutely.
And it's a public forum where anybody can speak for or against something. And it gives them, another layer of protection, I guess.
Well, just understanding of how their neighborhoods are changing and how the processes are being. I think it supports a healthy city. It supports a healthy community. To have this kind of knowledge, I completely agree with you about that.
I do like the idea of offering incentives.
Yeah,
in
schools,
theory,
I think, would be
right?
amazing.
I'm operating in a vacuum. I'm not as familiar with this item. I haven't been following it since April of last year. But I like the idea of offering incentives incentives to educational institutions to come into to the city and develop here. And if the commission, thinks that is warranted, then I'm in support of that. But I don't think that incentive, just like I think you said planning board, or planning board said, that's great, we can have the incentive, but we're not going to, take away the oversight of the conditional use permit. I think the same thing here is that, the incentive can still exist, but subject to the oversight of the board that, necessitates a public hearing.
But the only incentive is the only incentive is not having to bring it before the board. That can go administratively through the process without board, unless
Well,
there's.
and
unless
that's
there's
not the only
demolition.
incentive. Again,
No,
the
it's one of the-
parking
it's-
reductions
it's one of
and,
the major
and
ones.
the ability to request additional relief from certain zoning regulations and additional square footage is also.
But those don't come through us. Those would go through administratively if it's less than 25,000 square feet. Correct?
Well, the additional square footage and any relief on the setbacks would go through the commission warrant
right,
process, so
right.
that would be the mayor and city
Right,
commission.
exactly.
I think we still need to see the design.
Yeah, from a design perspective, I think that
So I
should
think
still-
that, if we were going to do anything here, just like the planning board added what they wanted, I think we would have to at least see a plan and approve it, because it does have to fit within the neighborhood.
Okay, and you could certainly make that motion. So that would be, from what I'm hearing, a favorable recommendation to the mayor and city commission with the condition that historic preservation board review would still be required.
Yes. I would make that motion.
Oh. Yeah, no, I was just going to just continue the conversation that we have a motion and second about this. Just quickly, just maybe there's a way to maybe reduce the threshold of voting threshold. For example, on a school, I mean, I'm trying to, the reason why they removed us as part of the process is because this is an onerous part of the whole thing, getting a package prepared and things, as opposed to just getting it to Debbie and going back and forth, and the staff going back and forth like that. So maybe if we say that they would require only like a 4/7 vote rather than a 5, that 4/7 would be the maximum vote, or you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you can raise the threshold for what the vote's required if you're going to try to make something stricter, and if you're trying to make something less strict. I think if 4 of the 7 board members feel that this is appropriate, that it can pass. It's an easier lower bar for a school.
But, I mean,
Is that a
by and
possibility?
large, I mean, unless they're requesting a variance, it would be 4 of 7.
Or demolition.
Or demolition.
So demolition, okay, it would be 5 of 7. So,
It's
but
just-
demolition would be coming before us anyways.
I'm just saying, I was trying to make it, that there wouldn't be a condition in which it would have to be 5/7, but,
Well,
is that even a way of thinking about this? Like, I'm trying to think of how it can come to the board, but the board review is a lower bar for schools. I'm trying to be in the spirit of this, of what their approach, without saying we don't see it at all. In a historic context.
But I think you probably want to be careful with demolition, I would say, because if an application came before you,
you'd still need 5.
and if it were for a school, I think you would want to review the demolition the same way you would
Absolutely.
any other demolition.
But if they wanted variances or things like this,
Well, the variance threshold is in our, believe it or not, it's 5, but it's in our special acts.
yeah, okay. It's not a leverage. It's not a tool that we can use then. Okay, I get it.
and I mean, I think, this is still just a recommendation to them, we're making a recommendation that we keep it and I think either we keep it as is for the reasons stated, and perhaps they rework it or come back to us.
Okay. Okay. Yep,
You do.
yes. I just wanted to get that I just had to ask about that, but I'm fine with this.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, that's all I have on the agenda
Really?
today. I don't know, Nick, if you have any updates you want to share?
Not today, no.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time.